Good morning, guys. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Good morning, John. They killed my boy Fubo. Did they, though? Not really. A little bit below 5. There's quite a lot of interest at 5, though. Still. I got bagels from Brooklyn this morning. Very excited. Uncle Bruce can get fucked. Good morning, Trash. Sounds like a Bob Dylan song. Ugh. Listened to way too many variations of Dylan-esque songs last night. Me joining Zillionaire the reason why Fubo dumped? Probably. That and the bullshit lawsuit that came out in the middle of the night. Someone's underwater. Did you bring enough to share with the class? No? Get your own bagels. This place doesn't sell any rainbow bagels. I went to Court Street Bagels. I got a bunch of different ones. I got sesame, everything, poppy, plain, onion. You can just chuck them in the freezer, so they're good for like a few months. Song? What song? Oh, not yet. I need to wait for popcorn. I also need to move my desk up so I can hide my mouth. Otherwise, Trash Jan's gonna get screenshots of my lips covered in cream cheese. I have a feeling today is gonna be really fucking boring. At least till 2 o'clock. No, move it back. No reason. Hmm. You guys let me know if something happens on Fubo. I don't want to watch it. It looks boring. But, nah, so does SPX. Why does SPY still have options for tomorrow? I don't know. SPX does too. I wouldn't buy one. Or sell? Well, options for 1.9 will just expire end of day today. Why are they priced higher then? Oh, I guess they're not. They're like the same price. Spreads are a little weirder, but the vol is different. Is this a arbitrator's wet dream? Yes. Yes, it is. Why Gary Vee not have a new options chain after the split? I don't know. We just haven't opened a new one. No demand. It took BNED, what, like 5 months to get one? Hmm. Oh my god, we're just gonna chop around while everybody milks arbitrage on tomorrow's options chain that doesn't exist. This is gonna be a terrible day. There's a shitload of sold puts at 5,900. Bought puts 58.85. Bought puts and bought calls 59.05, 59.10. Hmm. No, I don't think Fubo's gonna gap up. Gains and gamma to the upside are pretty smooth. So you can buy and sell the same strike in expiry. essentially. Hmm. Did anybody ask the guys in the GME channel how MOASS is going today? Can you make fun of me for seriously considering AMD Feb 21 130C? Why does everyone want to buy AMD at $130? Is this Wall Street Bets? Are you guys reading Wall Street Bets again? I can fucking tell. True Chads just want to buy Fubo at $7. No, just you, AJ. Fucking 2 years to buy Fubo at $1, and you buy it yesterday at six. What was it? 650. AJ bought shares of Fubo over $6. He really did. Bless his heart. AJ's the only person to have survived into adulthood with 26 chromosomes. I forgot to change my name and had to show my girlfriend a video, and I didn't want her to see my pickle jar name, which was. Wait, is that you, Potato Tom? That's gotta be Potato Tom. Oh, God. Why does Gamma Strike look like fucking an MS-DOS program? Carl! You son of a bitch. MS-DOS Strike. I love it when Gherk warns about Trump saying wild shit at 3 a.m. and then he proceeds to say wild shit at 3 a.m. It's because the sundowner meds really only help stabilize them till like dinner time, and then they're fucking up and at it at like 3 in the morning, starting their day. But they're confused because it's still nighttime, and then they get scared, which is really sad. I'm gonna get arrested by secret police, aren't I? AJ's probably a regular at Medieval Times restaurant and has no kids. I don't think that's a place to take children. Or a place for adults to go. I think it's frequented by the same people that go to Hooters and they're like, oh, I love their wings. Have you ever met those guys? Has anybody looked for piss stains on Trump suits, or is he just wearing all black nowadays? Of course I've met them. They're me. Yeah, I really enjoy the food there. Yeah. You like Denny's? Same guys that had a connection with the stripper. Oh, God. He's just wearing diapers 24/7. Has been since the 90s. Yeah. You mentioned Fubo interest at 5. Is it too risky for CCs, you think? I mean, 5's out of the money. Short ball's going to move in on that strike. Hmm. Bull's going to crank this to 59.40. Are we looking at the same market? Ah, they need to get it over 27 for to get gamma positive. Be patient on Fubo. Make money so I don't have to listen to you, bitch. Then be patient. I honestly like the wings, but when the waitresses talk to me too much, I get uncomfortable. Gotta go with friends because there's an open seat at the table. They sit next to you while taking your order. Yep. I'm here for wings, ma'am. Cover your sinful body. Uh, their wings are mediocre at best. Everything else there is fucking unedible. Unedible. Uneatable. That could be a word. When are you dropping the new track? Poopy's not even awake yet. The bar's low for good wings in the Midwest. You'd think you guys would know how to handle a chicken. Or is that the South? Wait, you're in the South now. Like deep, deep South. TLT will rise again, Gurg. Oh, you son of a bitch. I knew it. Just ask Seymour to make smoked wings. They're delicious. I find them to be a bit heavy-handed. Like, I want my chicken to taste like chicken, not wood. But I'll take your word for it, Bert. What sector of the economy do you think is going to do best or good this year? I think we could see. Well, it depends on the tariffs. That can affect a lot of things. Hmm. I think transportation could do pretty well. Maybe something like non-energy minerals. Although, not a lot to get exposure there that's not just fraudulent, but quartz for healing. Health services will probably do really well. Utilities. Nobody loves big government more than the Republicans, so. I think the interesting sector will be producer manufacturing, you know. I'm finance. Finance not well. Although that could be huge for anybody who can survive the higher rates. Bro, Missouri, really? I'm still salty. Listen, man, you had $5 beers. I didn't know what was going on. Beers here are like $15. You've asked me that exact question before, AJ. No, my preferred choice for yen exposure is yen futures. What's up, Poopy? How are you positioning for Friday? I might not. It's really disadvantageous. I either have to buy the OPEX contract. I don't know. We'll see what happens today. I'm just saying, hey. Dork, what's up, Daddy? Yeah, the 10-year is hanging out below 4.7 a little bit. The 20-year hit 5 this morning. Yeah, I know. Leverage is, well, it's because dollar is up. Why do I feel like I'm getting away with something every time I sell CSPs? I don't know. Beers here in California fell went down at the bars. They were like 20 for a while. Now they're back to 12.15. Huh. He's in Cali and he had $5 beers. $6 beers. And so I asked him if he lived in Missouri. Seemed like a reasonable question. Now he's offended. $175-mile-per-hour winds, Kirkwood. 135-mile-per-hour winds, Mammoth. Palisades fire will move fast with high wind advisory up until noon today. Those are like hurricane force winds. Are those just the winds in the fire? Malibu hit pretty hard as well. It's almost like living in a desert full of tinder is a bad idea. What about Grinder? Fair. It's kind of out of the burn zone, though. They don't do the controlled burns that they should. It's not like lighting your socks on fire, poopy pants. It's the whole state. They have to burn off the whole state. They don't rake the leaves. They don't do anything because they don't have any money. Because you guys don't pay property taxes after you buy your houses. It's too much space, man. Which huge forest? Are you talking about like up by Trinity and Eureka? That's not what's on fire. Have they tried pouring water on it? Probably. Emerald Triangle is nowhere near LA. There's the Angeles National Forest or whatever. The the one like that goes through the grapevine. LA and the surrounding area is just dirt and sagebrush. If there's 3 or more trees, it's a forest. Look at you, Harold in the purple crown. Where does gamma go positive for the bulls? 59.20. Hello, Dion. Sage smells like shit. Yeah, but you can't make a good biscuits and gravy without it. I have a rule about dating people who burn things anyway. Candles, incense, sage. Houses? Not so much, actually. Absolutely not. Like them. Yes, I know it's a red candle. How do you think Musk's comments have affected the stock market? So far, Tesla's up and LMT is down. Is that why it didn't work out with the upstate New York college check? That wasn't like a thing, really. Well, at least it definitely wasn't after I found out she lived in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna say 58.80. There's a little bit of support here. $5,900's really likely. But yeah, we could keep sliding a little. 58.70 is the next larger downside support. Losing 5,900 is not bullish. Definitely puts more of the bot puts on the money. There's some bot puts coming in at 58.60, 58.50, 65. So there's some out of the money interest. Nvidia's dropped, I don't know, like a couple hundred billion in the last few days. Is Ion Q a sign of things to come? You mean is a penny stock that ripped for no reason, dropping 50% in a single day, a bellwether of economic conditions? No. But Jensen said bad things about quantum computing because he doesn't want AI to get usurped. Nice poopy. BTU is getting cheap as fuck. Bet you it could get cheaper. AI versus quantum computing. The new DVD versus Blu-ray. HD DVD. But yes. Totally separate things and not like the same media formats at all. But I see what you're saying. Have you talked about AMD recently? Yeah, I've said it's overvalued a bunch to people who keep trying to go long on it. Which so far has been a big favor to them. Not that they listened, but IonQ hasn't been a penny stock for a while. You know what else hasn't happened in a while? Them posting a margin that was above negative 400%. Yeah, your inner monologue is retarded, Burrito. Quantum computing happens and all the coins turn into tulips. They already are tulips. Flower power. Thank you, he is. No problem. Wait, Zakir, did you change your name? I'm glad they're gooning the carry trade right into a BOJ decision. Well, it makes them really hard for them to deleverage when all of their puts that they sold are underwater. And they can't get them out from underwater without selling more puts that have a tendency to also go underwater. ES is about to retest support. I think it's already below the low last night. Do we have a new low? Like a local one, or is it the same? 59.2650. No, same low. So right now, double bottom on ES. Unless it fails. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. I like this new meta of just buying a straddle at close and then just sitting in it and letting it cash settle. No one saw anything. I did, but no one else did. Bought a March 21st 60/50 put for 20K just now. Thoughts? Okay. It's interesting. You just want the delta exposure? There's gonna be stuck in the $5 gamma well all day, isn't it? Probably. How are you telling where these supports and resistances are? Are you just looking at the options chain with the highest volume? No. I have live options data. So I'm looking at the gamma and the market makers exposures, um, and the dynamic hedging from the market makers at any given time. And then I am also observing futures where I have some analysis on systematic funds. The lines I draw, those are just technical supports and resistances. Same like crystal ball, exactly. Centaur magic. Will GS have anything to tell us or help us decipher if contracts are bought or sold? There will be tools that will help you analyze that, yeah. There won't be anything that will directly, probably will not be anything that will directly tell you bought, sold, because those would be interpreted largely by people as trade signals, and they're far too interpretive to be accurate. Toll Loke, my dipshit brother-in-law, cause pass? What? What are you talking about, two-tone sausage? Tell that to my AK loss on puts. How did you lose money on puts? We've done nothing but go down. Remember the 93K trade block of puts a few weeks back? It was assumed they were bought. Vaporware. I mean, they were canceled. I love it when Grat gets an honest question without years of nuance and inside jokes. It's like a surprise reminder of how much we've learned and how much has gone down. Ooh, almost. You almost got me to cross my eyes and stick my tongue out at you. But I can't do that with trash here. This place has been a journey, man. Yeah, it has. It's okay. We're gonna bring in a whole fucking new group of people, and you guys can act superior to them. You're acting like we aren't superior to them already. I wasn't. I wasn't making any judgments. One of the most important tax partners is leaving our firm. This is the downfall. Maybe you guys just aren't good at your jobs. Or you charge too much money. What about that? What if it's not anything to do with the economy? Maybe he just thinks he won't have to pay taxes anymore because Trump. Sorry, what? I'm here. What? I need to get hired at Gamma Strike ASAP. Can you survive on a salary of chicken quesadillas bi-weekly? Nice people acting superior to me. It's my king. I don't know how much money the king of Burundi has. What if I'm too good at my job and they keep giving me more and more shit to do, which takes away from my pickle time? Tell them that you need more pickle time, like paternal leave. I'm joking. I get paid to do bullshit most of the time. Yeah, I remember you always being super busy and also being here all the time. Willem Weaver, welcome back to Billionaire, dude. Thank you so much, man. Oh, that's the wrong speaker. Hit me up if you need help getting back in. Quit. He has like 20 children. That's not an option. Popcorn traders here. Oh shit. It's go time. Okay, popcorn. So your comment about not having a song really stuck with me last night. Can we drop below 88? Yeah. It's not really a very big support. There's bot puts all the way down to like 58, 60. It might take some time, and we might get like some chop, but let's see. 85's like a little supportive, and then under 85, maybe like 70, and then 60. Yeah, popcorn song. So I have like 7 different versions because I couldn't think of what really captured your essence. And so I've got everything from like melodic 90s singer-songwriter flow of consciousness songs through like chill wave. So I think we need to let the people decide which of the 5 versions of the popcorn song 6 we're gonna keep. I thought about just getting a Pepe with your head and having it just screaming at a chart, like autistic screaming. But I decided that was more of like a modern art piece and less of a song. Anyway, I have no idea how to determine which of these people will like the most. So I'm just going to put a poll up. And then I'll put numbers 1 through 6. And you guys can vote based on the order in which they're played. And the poll will be in the Discord. Because I don't think I can add 6 options to... No, YouTube polls only allow 4. They all have the same lyrics. Is this what people could do when they don't have kids and they have time? Yes. It's just going to be a sultry voice saying wind down. Mm-mm. What does that even mean? What is time? Alright, let us begin. Yeah, we gotta bounce. If anything interesting happens in the market, I'll tell you guys. Wait.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by popcorn trader. Father to Colonel, ever the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the Rex. Shorted Carvana, thought it'd crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tales of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars. OTM plays and dreams that never end. He's got no fortune but plenty of friends. In the trade of life, he's all heart and soul, laughing through the losses, chasing every goal. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. So raise your glass to popcorn, the fearless fool. In the game of life, he's breaking every rule. Once bet it all on a moonshine run, came back laughing, said that was fun. He's got no cash, but he's rich in stories to tell. Popcorn trader, the legend, raising his own kind of hell.
Alright, that was the first one. Now things are going to take a more country kind of vibe to them. I'm crying tears of joy. That's my favorite one, by far, I think. Alright, next one. They all have the same lyrics, so you guys are going to get really bored with this by the time I get to the sixth one.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by popcorn trader, father to Colonel, ever the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. of gains, but stuck with the wrecks. Shorty Carvana thought he'd crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tails of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars. OTM plays and dreams that never end. He's got no fortune, but plenty of friends. In the trade of life, he's all heart and soul, laughing through the losses, chasing every goal. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. So raise your glass to popcorn, the fearless fool. In the game of life, he's breaking every rule. Once bet it all on a moonshine run, came back laughing, said that was fun. He's got no cash, but he's rich in stories to tell. Popcorn trader, the legend, raising his own kind of hell.
All right. I'll give everyone time to vote on that. I saw that some of you liked it, although I despise arena country. It's going to be a half hour we don't ever get back, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Throw that one out the fucking window. I noticed your comments, Trash. As a true connoisseur of the cowboy, I would expect you to be offended by that. I love how some people have already voted on song 4, 3, and 6, despite me not having played them yet. This is song 3 now. You're gonna hate this one too, Trash.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by Popper Trader, father to Colonel Ever, the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck.
All right, that one's pretty universally hated. Okay, all right, we'll go to the next one.
legend goes by popcorn trader, father to colonel, ever the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the Rex. Shorted Carvana, thought I'd crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time.
This is country Panic at the Disco.
But don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellis and fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. Give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as pop spins, tails of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars.
Alright, everyone hates that one. We'll move on. We'll move on. Well, do we have a glossary? What is booty looping? Oh boy. You don't want to know. Who hit the heart button? WeBull Nuke is no longer a mod. No, don't Google it. Well, at least do it in an incognito window. Do any of these have 32-bar instrumental interludes? I'm not trying to write Freebird. Should do it with my girlfriend right behind me. No, because it might become your new kink, and then it's gonna... Babe, let's try this.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by popcorn trader, father to colonel, ever the speculator.
You know, I'm not even gonna do that one. I'm just gonna go right to this one.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by popcorn trader, father to colonel, ever the speculator. He shorted CERN, so gonna bring the science down.
This is 6.
But ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the Rex. Shorted Carvana, thought it'd crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellis and fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care.
Everything I hate about American pop is embodied in this. Yeah, I still think it's number 1.
Cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn trader. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tales of the ride.
All right. It's number one. But wait, hold on.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by Popcorn Trader, father to Colonel and the speculator. He shorted certain, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up
Popcorn Forest.
Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the Rex. Shorted Carvana, thought it crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says, my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but...
Do the next one bubblegum K-pop. I could just keep making these. I mean, that's the beauty of it. I have yet to hear a saxophone in a single version. I tried jazz. It didn't sound good. I tried blues and it was too depressing. Popcorn Trader's story is not the happiest. So you really need... That was like 6.1. Yeah, these aren't... You can't even vote on these. No, terrible. Yeah, it's just this one.
Let me tell you about a legend, goes by Popcorn Trader, father to Colonel ever the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the Rex. Shorted Carvana, thought it crashed.
Number one is the best, yeah.
Jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tales of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars. OTM plays and dreams that never end. He's got no fortune but plenty of friends. In the trade of life, he's all heart and soul, laughing through the losses, chasing every goal. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. So raise your glass to Popcorn, the fearless fool. In the game of life, he's breaking every rule. Once bet it all on a moonshine run, came back laughing, said that was fun. He's got no cash, but he's rich in stories to tell. Popcorn trader, the legend, raising his own kind of hell.
All right. That's the one. It's locked in. Make it stop. Well, that's on Beyond. Not really having any. It's not doing anything. It went down yesterday. It's up a tiny bit today. It's not above $4, so it's not interesting. I tried female voices. They all of them were terrible. I kept trying to make it an R&B song, and it just ended up sounding like Motown. Past $4, it gets interesting. Well, 420 really specifically, but yeah, 418. Can you play all the songs again? I wasn't listening. Can you still put 6 somewhere? I already deleted it. We pumping? No. No. We are above 5,900, which is slightly more bullish than below 5,900. I'm up 150 pounds since you forced me to full port beyond. What's Fubo doing? Ooh, climbing back up. Nice. The Cubs are under attack. We're just uh, we're just chopping. None of this price action is even remotely interesting. What's up, Cinnamon Pinecone? Fuck yeah, man. Well, I had nowhere else to go. Is GME gonna do something? I don't even know if he's tweeting about GME. Those people are just insane. I'm thinking of getting rid of my sound pits. I'm already up like 70%. I mean, I will say there's like no support on it to the downside. You could scale out, see if it keeps dropping, right? You know, like one does. Hypothetically, if you had 30x 5900p Gen 31, would you go neutral with Gen 13 17 or just sit pretty since we're in a negative gamma environment? Mm, Jan 31? I'll probably hedge off the upside risk and then just sit in them. I mean, it's usually what I do with like slightly longer dated puts. Because I'll get some like out of the money debits to cover a bounce. Like somewhere back near like DNGN on the SPXW. I'll usually open like 25 or 50 wide debit spreads out of the money. That way, if it reverses, I just get all my premium back and I can try again later. I'll be honest, that's a lot of short positions over the last year. I mean, I get out of some of them because I scale out, but I've made more money hedging off my puts with debit spreads, I think, over the last like 6 months that I've made on the actual puts. Because so many times you just like wake up the next day and the market's up like 120 points and back at GN. Like that happened the other week. It was like a couple days before we bounced. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get some out of the money debit spreads. And then like I think the next day after close, we went up like 120 BPS overnight. And then I had to sit on them while they were in the money. But those are usually pretty cheap. And DNGN gives me like a nice soft target for like upside mean reversion. So if there's a bear rally, usually they'll go in the money. It's pretty rare for bear rallies not to touch at least one of the neutrals. Where's positive gamma for the bulls? 5909. It's getting closer to spot. But that's just more positioning around 5900. Yesterday, the Porous chat began to talk about major dilution. Is that something to worry about? Well, not in the near term. The deal's not expected to be finalized for like 12 to 18 months, at which point then dilution could become a concern. But we don't know what's going to happen with the business between now and then, A. And then B, we don't know how B stock is going to be converted over from Disney. It could be years before any of that conversion comes into play. They may agree to hold those shares for 5 years, or usually about 5 years, 3 to 5 years before they dilute out. And since all of the stock is going to one entity, it's not really like a market dilution, right? It's kind of like when they do like let me think of someone who did it recently. Like GoEV sold a bunch of stock to this one hedge fund at like a fixed price, and the actual effect on the underlying was that it went up because someone was willing to buy it at a higher price than it was currently trading at, despite it actually being dilutive. Oh my god, like AMC? What? The Disney buyout? Similar story with Upstart selling higher priced options. Yeah. You're telling us that not all stocks work the same as GME? Shockingly. Yeah, but I've seen everybody like freaking out about the Fubo thing. But it's first. The first thing is that it's not right now, and long before there's any dilutive effect, Fubo's revenues are going to increase. Wow, I do not look good as Belle Delphine. That can't be true. It's true. Do you sell bathwater? Not yet. It's not a direct comparison unless you make the face. Who the fuck is Belle Delphine? Is your wife standing over your shoulder right now, Zakir? I don't know. Weird name though, right? I miss Big Spoon. Just explain to your wife's father slash your employer that you were looking up British cam girls. Or give the IT guy $10. You ever play UVix? I have, yeah. Not often. My IT is a Disney adult. He probably loves Belle. We're not talking about Belle from Beauty and the Beast. He definitely loves both, one more than the other. I knew today would be a. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Gaston's like not that bad of a bad guy. Gaston was the fucking hero of that movie. Yeah, he does get her dad committed, but I mean, he was crazy. Yeah, he's just kind of a chauvinistic dunce. Exactly. Like, kind of an overly persistent moron. They made a college humor on that topic. I need to watch this. They need representation too. I think more as a cautionary tale than anything else, but sure. Yeah, exactly. He also deprived his entire province of eggs. The whole town's talking about it. It's not right for a woman to read. Soon she starts getting ideas and thinking. Gaston. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, also a reflection of the times. I mean, if you think about it, they're in what, like 1700s France? He's got some pretty forward ideas for that time period. I mean, that was the thing, is Gaston, like, Belle told him no, and he backed off. He did. He got all sad about it, and then, you know, his like little servant guy had to cheer him up with a song. Yeah, he had those three chicks on the bench that were all about him. He got all sad and then ate a bunch of eggs like we all do. Gaston was so progressive that he started manscaping before any of us. There was no manscaping. It's very he specifically says that every last inch of him is covered in hair. No, he did not manscape for beans. Are you serious? You can't have her. No one can. You're trolling right now. I'm falling for it. Human Beast is fucking beautiful. You seem to have shockingly good recollection of Gaston's body, and somehow the shoe doesn't seem to have dropped. I saw the movie like yesterday. So it's just fresh in my mind. Is any of this Fubo action interesting? Not really. They were playing it at the bagel shop? What? I didn't go to the bagel shop. I had it delivered. Animated. I'm not gonna watch Beauty and the Beast without Angela Lansbury. Are you fucking kidding me? Also, I hate Emma Watson. Pan. I don't hate her because she's a feminist. I hate her because she's a stuck up, hypocritical bitch. She also looks like she's still 12. She's just English. Don't ask me about Fubo unless it's above $6. Gherk by Friday. I never saw Attack of the Show. Belle Delphine is just a poor man's Emma Watson. Changed my mind. I don't think she's attractive either. Everyone thought I was a child mother. What? What? What's a child mother? Oh, I see what you're saying. You looked young. Yes. Emma Thompson as Mrs. Potts? No. Although Emma Thompson is delightful. She's no Angela Lansbury. There's just no replacement. Sorry. I don't see anyone arguing with me. Did you expect to incite a riot? Selena Gomez and the other blonde have the same young girl look. It's just weird. Yeah, I've never been into that. Freaks me out. Alexandria Daddario, she doesn't look like a child. Aubrey Plaza is hot. She's a widower now. Widow? Just widow. Too soon? Whether I incited a riot or not has been telling. I will update a few dossiers. Excellent. I do that a lot. I say outrageous things to just test people's reactions so I can determine who I dislike. I want you all to know that I'm constantly judging you on the most benign of your opinions. I've also noticed that no one seems to be upset about Aubrey Plaza's husband's death. Have you ever purchased art as an investment instrument? God, no. You just like all of us. That was a test. That's because we're all still Googling who Aubrey Plaza was married to. I didn't even know she was married. The two main actresses from iCarly, well, they looked like children because they were in that show, Prince Peach Fuzz. Was that the show with the like kooky older brother, or was that something else? I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Whatever happened to that guy? He was legitimately funny. It's true. That's how I became a mod. If I can trust my judgment on everything, except having more children. I was just trying to help support the fam, Doug, with an unpaid moderator gig. He became Jim Carrey, obviously. That actually makes a lot of sense. Jim Carrey is just not fun to be around anymore. I'm not watching the stream live. How do I listen to all the popcorn songs in order to vote? It's too late. It's already been decided. He's anti-vax, right? Who? Jim Carrey? Yeah, I know. I think I heard that, which is kind of the polar opposite of what he was before. Like he was like painting and getting in touch with the universe and started getting into like power stones, and then he went hard right anti-vax. What's up, Dork? Fuck your goddamn fucking EMA. Which one? You're having a hard time figuring out the math behind an exponential moving average? You want me to send you an equation? Or is it just like programmatically difficult? It shouldn't be. It's like you're not even trying to pander to slash engage with those of us that can't watch the stream every day. I mean, if you miss it, you miss it. We can't rewind time for all of you. No, just stick it up your ass. It is programmatically difficult. Have you tried asking Chat GPT? It's a senior level Python engineer. Is this show live? No, pre-recorded days in advance. Yes, I have, and it's fucking useless. Hmm. Yeah, but if you cop out like a bitch and make an MA, it's gonna lag harder. And it's going to be less responsive to day over day changes. The sky smells like barbecue. How's Southern California treating you today, turd? Is it snowing? Or ashing? How about you lick my ass and I might be inspired to try again? I can fly Dan out there, I guess, if you really need extra service. Doesn't Pandas compute it for you? That's what I would have thought. Oh, trash called dibs. Packing a suitcase. I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, thank God. I hope that gets us over our slump. Holy shit, today's awful. Gamma flips at 5907, by the way. Oh, wait, I don't even have to tell you guys that. I can just open the fucking window. Boom. Is this a daily diamond bottom? Mm, no. No. I feel like I'm in the cockpit of a commercial plane. Nice. Looking like we're done with downs. I don't think so. Pretty sure if the price goes down at all, we just go right back to like 58.90. Things get a little bit more supportive above the gamma flip point here, but it's not like things are overly positive there. We'd probably have to get above like 59.20. That's the goal. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025. 80s Club Night Edition. I think I found the solution. An Excel help article. Fuck my life. Oh, get Carl on it. Halper Sada LLC probing Fubo TV for possible breaches of security laws and fiduciary duties related to the merger. Is this just FUD? It's not FUD, it's hedge funds hiring law firms to bail out their short calls that got blown up. If you're $28 million in the hole on your short position, what's a $15,000 lawsuit? Let me ask you this. How many lawsuits do you read about in the news, generally speaking? Like small tort claims. No, Carvana's actually just committing, like, they're running a Ponzi scheme. How do you feel about big flow on Chicago Exchange on GME last few days? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It might be a new market maker coming in. It's not telling in any way. Doesn't mean anything. It's just another exchange that GME is traded on pretty rarely, if I remember correctly. But it's like absolutely fucking meaningless information. I only traded on Chicago before runs. No, I used to trade on Philly before runs. I used to get a shitload of trading on Philly. I never really had much trading on the Chicago exchange. That sounds like confirmation bias with a sample size of 3. God, why did GME people latch on to literally anything? Yep, that's more bullish. Abandonment issues? There's so many stocks that are way cooler. Shh, don't tell them. Because they've been underwater for years. Yeah, that's true. I mean, most people should be like break even. I think. If I remember correctly, the majority of GME shareholders were like between 28 and like $42. Trapped in DRS makes a lot of sense. Thanks for IWM Pickles Pick and data. Out of the third ride, smaller profits, but overall 70+% is probably enough for a single play. Nice, man. The second I broke even, I sold. I haven't looked back. That was 16 months ago, and it's done pretty much nothing since. It's true. Is it going to be hard to break the upside wing of the Condor? Not that hard, but we're nowhere near it right now. Remember, still a negative gamma environment, so rejections could be nasty. There's very little like positive delta here to support this price. Bulls have to lever up more. They have to lever up more as we move into positive delta or positive gamma and positive delta. So above 20, things get a little bit better. But there's still pretty big resistance at like 40. There's a little bit. There's a little bit right here, actually. But there's more at 40. Quite a lot more. We got some bot calls coming in at 25 that aren't too bad. There's still a shitload of puts out of the money, also. Like 58.90 down to 58.60. Thank fuck, good fucking lord. Why are Python programmers so fucking stupid? You mean the people who created the language? Or the people who program in the language? It's like they're pedantic asshole data scientists. Mm. 14ish has a little bit of support. Very little, though. I'd probably scale out at least. Somebody asked about this earlier, too. The sound short. But yeah, I mean, you're up 80%. It's pretty fucking good. Especially considering the puts were already overpriced. What's up, Nick? Fubo moving up to retest 550 again. NQ's pushing up above 21.4, so a little bit more bullish. Upside resistance is like 40 or 50. Does Fibro still have that settlement schedule? They do, yeah. You can't time out trash, Dan. Mod. How many cups of coffee is too many? I start to get like a little twitchy around like 6 to 8 shots of espresso. SRF nav is 17.94 at a negative 7.18% discount today. Are you still adding at these levels? I bought some like a few weeks ago. I haven't added anything recently though. I still have a lot. I only exited like some of my position from like way back when we were buying it at like $12. It's 1645 right now. Navis 1794. Yeah, that's not too bad. Remember, China is a big part of that. They have a pretty big effect on the like on that market. So, and it's part of the reason you're seeing a little bit of underperformance in uranium as well. They also have a big like nuclear reactor rollout plan. I don't know. Maybe I'd add like sub 16. How does GS get access to Rex codes? I mean, if we did, we wouldn't give them to you. Lame. It doesn't matter. To see who's exposed, they have to be your client anyway. If Fubo pops $7, it might actually go crazy. I don't want AJ to win though. Yeah, me either. It's tough. It's tough owning the same thing AJ does. Instinctually, I want to short it into the dirt, right? Like, even though the rest of you own it and would obviously be hurt by that, that doesn't really matter when AJ owns it. Fubo's not. This is 110% Disney. It's not even in the same fucking basket as GME. It's in IWM. GME's in like R1K. Why does everyone forget that? GME got split off, shuffled off of the all of the interesting ETFs except for XRT. They shuffled it away and stuffed it in a little corner. Or Ryan Cohen could steal his shareholders' money. Will Jimmy finally go below 30 so super stockers can melt down? We have to get past where all of the positioning came in April. The options chain looks a lot like how it did prior to the split back in, what was it, 2022? So basically what happened in 2022 is they announced the split while it was in the middle of like the May OPEX run. And MMs got trapped at higher prices. And so it kept going up until August. While the MMs netted out their losses on the move up. And then as soon as they netted everything out, they dumped the fucking price. And that looks exactly like what's happening right now. I mean, now they've got XRT back on Reg Show. They're doing that weird, like, CNS netting every day at the end of the day. I don't like it. I know there's some deferred settlement, but Freg's day cometh. Freg will be reborn. So we're getting ready to do big dumperoons on super sunkers. I mean, XRT going on Reg Show has never been bullish. It's always like been followed with like 50% drops in the price. And then everyone's like, this is crime. And then they get really sad for like 8 months. And the options chain dries up. And they'd be like, but we have $5 billion. Like that somehow creates revenues or growth. I need more time. You could have already sold at 80. What happened? Was that not high enough for you? The other way to it again? Retail can't sell in pre-market. Yes, it can. You said you might buy leaps. Were you just thinking the DFU like the setup last week? I mean, if I buy leaps, it's not going to be right now. I'm not GME bashing. I mean, it's supported at 30. I don't think it's dropping anytime soon. Or at least not until after OPEX. But, you know, every fucking influencer these people listen to and everybody who talks about the stock is wildly bullish on a bunch of shit that they don't understand. 50% of them are copying DD wrote that I know that they're too illiterate to comprehend. And so it's good to give them a little dose of reality along with their euphoria, because otherwise they lose all their fucking money. I mean, have you ever seen like the GME people on Twitter? What a fucking cesspool of morons. They're like, oh man, DFE fucking tweeted a Christmas gift that was in this other tweet 2.5 years ago. And that means we're gonna go to the moon, boys. What the fuck? Not as bad as WeBull chat. It's pretty close. They will literally say anything for interaction. It's depressing. Not anymore, because Superstock's been distilling the idiocy. Now they're just equivalent, right? Geometric drift. Yeah, they don't quit posting when they lose all of their money. They just cope extra hard. Yeah. At least when I, like, back when I was into GME, I had a thesis. I refined it over time. I got closer and closer to getting more information. These guys are just like, every Friday it's going to run tomorrow's MOASS. They don't even try. My parents are at 50K on Fubo. That's awesome, man. Thanks for putting that on our radar. My cost parents were my parents' cost basis was pretty low thanks to your DD. Awesome, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Half of what are sellers? Who the fuck's buying GME here? It's trading at 183. It's it's for earnings. 183x PE. You could play dollar ranges on 1,000 other stocks. It's got 3 times the market capitalization that it has cash on hand. I feel like the stock is flawed if the price is based on cycles of one guy buying in. The only flaw I can determine is that all the vol sellers pull back their short calls every time DFE tweets something, which I think is hysterical. Even if he tweets about a completely different stock. There is not a next Fubo. That's not how this works. I don't want to go long any consumer services. Especially ones that aren't making money when they're overcharging everybody out the ass. If you're a consumer services company and you're not up 400% over the last 2 years, it's a shitty company. They just launched a GLP-1 service in October. This will be the first earnings with that revenue baked in. Hmm. Hmm. I still don't like it. They've got some really negative margins to climb out of. Have they given any guidance on what the sales look like? Probably not. I mean, that's not working for Hims either because they're releasing generic versions of all the GLP-1 drugs now. And approving it for more use cases, which is just pushing people to use their insurance to pick it up. I'm looking at it right now. I mean, from a technical perspective, if it gets back above like $2.20, it's bullish. Hims is already, yeah, but I don't think there's like more. Like, I don't think they're pumping more money into that sector. They're pulling money out of that sector right now. So Hims was pumping like crazy up until the point where people started to realize that they were making more generic versions of the drugs and that they were approving the drugs for more uses. Hims got hit hard after they approved it for like what was it? Zepbound for I hate pharma. Obstructive sleep apnea. Because all the people that were going to Hims to get it for weight loss are getting more and more excuses to go to their doctor. Hims, WW, etc. are now going to the doctor and getting it for approved purposes. And their insurance is covering it. Hims is a super ridiculous business model. Just have insurance and ask your doctor for those medications. Yeah, but then you have to tell but like nobody wants to tell their doctor that their dick's not getting hard. They just want to tell someone over the phone. Gotta see your doctor again afterwards, right? I did that once to get roids. They tell me all the time and it bites. Sorry, Dave. If you're losing hair, lots of doctors won't prescribe Propecia. Well, that's because it's not approved for that, right? Technically. Also, Propecia comes with a slew of like terrible side effects. These California limpies have no shame. It's disgusting. Could Trump be Prime Minister of Canada at the same time as being President of the US? What the fuck are you talking about, Sahib? Did Elon take Propecia? No, he had his hair like cloned and then grafted. Are you not trading today? I had a straddle. I might trade something later. I don't really like the setup here. Like positioning is really choppy to the upside and downside. Nothing's very stable in either direction. There's a couple prices where there's breakpoints where I might be interested in something, but I'm not interested in trading pretty much anything between 58.90 and 59.20. Why not sell a 59.80 put, 59.20 call until minutes come out? Eh. There's not enough resistance to the upside that they couldn't pump before minutes. And there's definitely not enough support to the downside that it couldn't fail. So, I mean, as support and resistance go, they're both pretty low confidence. I don't think I'd want anything. I have other shit that's sold, but it's further out of the money. And I don't really think I need to manage that right now. I have like 60-30 sold calls for Friday. I don't have any, I guess I don't have any sold puts out right now. Well, not really. 5,800. It's kind of far out of the money though. One of my friends asked for blue pills in his annual physical to try recreationally. Had a nice med student do the exam instead of his doc. And well, he proved didn't actually need it. I don't think that's how that works. Cialis is better anyway. If you're gonna pick one for recreational use. It's far better to be able to go hard 4 to 5 times a day for an entire weekend than it is to go hard as fuck for 4 hours all at once. That's what Cialis, nicotine, and 9 shots of espresso are for. Why the heck would you recreationally use ED meds? Super dick. Because you want to fuck her friends. Recreational use just means the wife isn't attractive anymore. That was my nickname in high school. Manga man, it's starting to sound like you're projecting here. I think thou doth protest too loudly. Blink, welcome to Tillionaire. I'm glad that's what sold you. Welcome aboard.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Fed minutes, bull, airish, just probably nothing. They're usually nothing. The Fed had 8 speakers this week, so unless there's something in the minutes that's super shocking. There were some disagreements with the recent FOMC decision, though, right? Yeah, knowing the reason for the abstention would be that's going to be interesting. Doesn't mean it's going to be shocking. I mean, it's probably he didn't want to cut rates, right? So he didn't vote to cut rates and thus abstained. I don't think the reason's going to be something that's too crazy. They shouldn't have cut rates. He was right. Proving to the market that you have no control over the yield curve is not a good look. What's up, Popcorn? Have you been playing everyone your song? I've been listening to number 1 on loop. Fuck yeah. Number 1's the best one. $58.90 is literally the only downside support. So I'd hope so. Where are these new songs? I played them all earlier. Post the song somewhere. I have to upload it to the Spotify. I'm bad at this. Note how I'm still gray. Well, usually that's just because people are cheap, not necessarily bad. Or because I leave the stream open to the public, they just assume they can extract free value with no payment, which is intelligent. That's what I would do. But then one day I'm just going to make the stream private. Nice, D2H. I'll sue. I make this stream private. It's an insane reaction. Stream to yourself with no audience? That's what you already do? We're all bots? I know. So nothing should change. It's an experiment. I married an attorney and she already hates you. Awesome. Are all the calls at Fubo $7 sold? Probably a lot of them. There's no Long Johnson anymore, is there? Yeah, there is. That's still a thing. I married a teacher. Ask me for more financial tips. Wait, is Dork still here? What's Long Johnson? Same like Cornichon, but $5 more. Will the FOMC minutes mention the Fubo deal? Probably not. I feel like the subscription tiers are an IQ test for you to see if we can determine value. Sometimes. $58.90 support? A little bit, yeah. But if we fall under 90, we start falling into the bot puts. So price action will accelerate down. FOMC minutes come out at 2 p.m. Sound Pickles picks printing. Too bad I didn't get in. Smacks my head. There was a couple opportunities on that one too. There was like one, and then after it bounced a couple days later, probably could have just done it again. We talked about it over the weekend. It dumped pretty fucking hard. They're not the same thing, Plato. I assume that most people that are pigeon whales because they find value in what I do, and that's their way of showing that they appreciate that. I don't think any of them are in it for any other reason. Because we're too dumb to cancel our subscriptions. Possibly. Yeah, that exactly. I'm a pigeon whale for the secret DD. Makes sense. I mean, the last like what 5, 6 pickles picks all paid like 300%. That's like pigeon whale for an entire year. Just one of them, any one of them. You've made me enough money. No reason to cancel anytime soon, my man. No, I don't like WW. I just got done explaining why I didn't like it. I don't care if you already bought calls. Any chance Pickles Picks can include stock suggestions as well as calls and puts, please? I do on occasion. I've not been picking a lot of individual tickers. I used to pick a lot more of them, but I haven't been picking a lot recently because everything's overvalued. The market's trading at like a 37 forward PE. Pickles Picks used to have more calls and puts, so people lost too much money. Well, I just refined my risk stuff. Dude, you literally picked Fubo. I know. A Fubo ETF. Does ETF mean something else in this instance? Or are you talking about the IWM play? That was pretty good. Hold on one second. Probably not till $6. Revlon was amazing until it wasn't. I turned like $1,500 into $100K on Revlon, and then lost it all on Revlon. But the 1,500 to 100K part was pretty awesome. I also warned people to take profits and not hold on to it until the bitter end. Repeatedly. DFE makes 100x play, gets worshipped as a god. You make like 25, 30x plays and only get 157 YouTube likes. I'm not a very relatable person, though. Currently can't play options, thus the ask. Well, I mean, most of the stock stuff, most of the stuff I pick, you can play with stocks. You're going to make less money because it's shares, right? You don't have leverage. But I mean, you can play all of the pickles picks with stocks. There's technically less risk in a lot of them, and the hedging requirements aren't as constrained. But I try to avoid purely directional plays unless they're extremely high confidence, because everyone in here blows up all their money overholding them. And so if I build the options position to factor in the really obvious profit taking anyway, then people are more likely to take profits. And so far, that's a formula that has made people more money and lost them less, which is my job, right? And yeah, I know everyone wants out of the money, super fucking degenerate, long short plays. Yep. Falling under 58.90 is kind of bearish. There's a little support at 75. The more he talks about degen plays being bad, the higher Fubo goes. Fubo was never a degenerate play. I was like fundamentally bullish on Fubo. I thought it was a great deal at $1. I've said that for 2 years. What the fuck, trash? I don't think Fubo's got that much vol exposure. I think it's just going up because it got above 550 and the next strike is 6. So what you're saying is that you were early, but not wrong. I feel like I was right on time. Holding something for 2 years to get 300, 400% returns is generally considered very good. Both, Jay? Even if they happen in 8 hours, I mean, that's usually how repricing works, is it kind of happens all at once. Selling off into the auction seems not very good for the market. No, but I mean, we're in negative gamma, so it's more likely to sell off into auctions than to rise into them. Also, we have 30 minutes till the auction. This could find support at 75, and bulls might try to pump it back to 5,900 before the print. I've been FUBA for 2.5 years. We were early. Should have been a December 2024 Pickles pick instead. Thanks, though. Still happy about the outcome. But you never would have been able to buy it under $1. I don't want to form a church. What does guilt selling off mean for equity markets? It means people don't want to buy British debt. Thanksgiving, my dad asked me, how often is your stock guy right? And what kind of plays? And I said, the Pickle Man is so good. I can't wait to see him this weekend. Nice. Wait, was he long Fubo? It was too over leveraged over 250 to have any money left when we dropped down there. In my defense, Atomic, you did have an opportunity to sell all of your Fubo at $8 at one point. But yeah, you were a very early adopter of Fubo. I don't think I got you to start getting like synthetic stuff until recently, though, right? AQN's nothing like Fubo. No, but I was over levered. Okay, nice. Forgot to mention, I totally tried the industry while in New York. Incredible. Did you go to the one in Brooklyn? The one in Brooklyn's still really good. The one in Manhattan sucks. I don't know why they're so wildly different, but looks like it might get over 6. Probably. I wasn't in yet. I waited for the drop. After that, got in at 350. Continued buying up to 450. Wrote it down. Only really did one synth long, which was now. Well, you picked a great time to get a synth long. What's the deal with AQN? I did a whole write up on it. Oh, it's a energy stock that's trying to drive its debt down. We've got like some activist investors involved. Utility company, decent cash flows, high debt, pretty good dividend. It's not the most exciting play, but I think it can increase in value over time. Trades at a very low PE relative to its peers. They own a bunch of like hydroelectric plants in like Ontario, Quebec, New York, New Hampshire. And they had a attempted buyout, which they failed, which dropped the price of their stock really hard. Ark, Jimbo, welcome to Zillionaire, guys. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream if you need any help. But what's your cost basis now, Atomic? I mean, you've been selling CCs for like 2 fucking years. You had to have brought your cost basis down substantially. AQN did recently cut their dividend. It was like 7%. It's like 5 something now. Basically tells you a higher cost basis. Atomic's trading style is very, very, very conservative. Because he used to do degenerate shit and blow up a lot of money. Ah, the golden biscuits. That was a fun way to lose a couple $100,000. How big's the 30-year auction? Probably not very big. I don't know. I didn't look. I can take a look though. $22 billion. It's a decent sized for the 30. I don't put more than 10% of my port in the trading account anymore. That's pretty smart. The actual share price of Hulu's IPO would depend on its valuation, but would likely range between 200 to 400 a share. If we consider the streaming market's dynamics and Hulu's position and the number of shares issued, I hope, is part of that. But also, Fubo's merging with the Hulu Plus Live TV segment, not the Hulu streaming platform. They're separate entities. So Fubo is going to be taking over all the live programming segments, which have a much higher per user revenue, but fewer total users. I remember when Cat was a Pickles pick. Regular Pickles pick that would bounce from 170 to 210. Yeah. And then one time it bounced from 165 to 300 and never looked back. Should have 151% gains overall. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad for 2.5 years. Not in the slightest. I'm getting bear vibes. Yeah. So we got the 75 support. Bounced. Looks like it's not a very strong bounce. Might fail. If we fail 75, we're probably going to 60 or 50. No worries, Gremlin. That was just a chat GPT prompt response. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it depends on how many shares they would issue at IPO if Disney were to split them off, which is probably not likely. Or to split off that other segment, but yeah, it would still depend on the number of shares issued. So you can get like a overall valuation, like what the market cap should be, but it shouldn't be giving you a share price, that seems. But ChatGPT is retarded, so it's been years since the last time you played the bear song. Which one? We have a lot of bear songs nowadays. Best pickle picks in my eyes was the one guy that wanted to short FSLR. Yeah, that was a fun one. You have out of the money calls. I have to like find all of them. I have them in files, but I don't know where they are. Your Jerome Powell song is gold. I've listened to it on repeat a few times on Spotify. Thanks, man. The Vegas Cybertruck dude used ChatGPT to figure out how to make the explosive. I guess that's why it didn't do any real damage except to himself. It's awkward. He also put it inside a car. What's your Spotify? I don't know. I think there's a link. To go back and find it. Uh, I don't know where the fuck it is. Okay, it's somewhere in here. Uh, aha! What would be the pros and cons for exercising my Fubo May 150 $2 calls now versus waiting? Well, you're gonna lose the additional money that you've made on them unless you cashless exercise. In which case you could get free shares. Well, not free, but not have to spend any additional cash getting shares. But yeah, I mean, you lose the gains on the option, so you lose all the extrinsic value. You keep the gains on the shares, obviously. I could be green was a real one. Fair enough. Jeff P, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I didn't make the Dancing Bear song. You mean Sweet Dreams, the Billboard topping famous song? Is it good? No shit. The not financial advice song is the GOAT. I don't know where the fuck the link for that is. But yeah, that song's awesome. Johnny Utah, welcome back, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting re-added. Oh, you're not Annie Lennox? Believe it or not, no. Listen, Ived, I can write lyrics for songs, but I cannot write the music for them. So until that changes, AI slop is what you're getting out of me. You could put the Spotify link in the description of the music videos you posted. I think I only posted one as a music video. Right? There's only one Pickle Financial music video. And it's the J-Pow song. There's two videos? Wait, what? What's the other one? I just write the lyrics. I don't write the music. I mean, I try to get the music where I want it, which is a pain in the ass. That's the J-Pow song. Oh, that's right. I forgot we did that one. But that one's just like a static image. That's not like an actual music video. The J-Pow one's actually a music video. I've started gambling on high-end bottles of whiskey during the day, which has led to less SPX degeneracy. Also, how long are you waiting on Fubo to settle in before selling CCs? Probably a couple more days. How do I get more Fubo? Go back in time and buy it? before it goes up. Music video? I posted the link to the JPOW version in chat. The JPOW music video? You can't post links in the YouTube chat. Out of the money or out the money? I don't know yet. Also, why would I tell you? This is like GME all over again. I don't want to tell you guys where I'm selling my calls. Every time I've done that in the past, you guys soak up all the liquidity and blow out the spreads. Like little options goblins. Don't be an alpha Grinch. What does that even mean? Who wrote the song about you being a centaur? I have no idea. Was there a centaur song? We need an options goblin t-shirt. We might do a giveaway at some point of some actual merch. We're in talks currently. Oh shit, yeah. That's the biggest news of the week, I know. I want merch. I want a merch. Crimson just passed out. We'll see. I'll let you guys know. Oh, look, back to resistance at 58.90. How exciting. Yeah. Bear flag. 1 second. We have an auction in 1 minute. And then we have FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Would you fly around New York City in an eVTOL? Asking because Archer. No, I wouldn't. And also, that company doesn't make any fucking money. I will give them the benefit of the doubt, though, because they are actually trying to accomplish something. They are hiring and trying to get funding and fill their roles, and they do look like a management team that is actually focused on doing something, which may not be true for Joby. But all of those companies are just worthless horseshit until they actually create a product that gets approved and can manufacture that product. How important is this auction for Fubo? Probably not at all. Is the sub 15 VIX lifestyle over now? No, we could get sub 15 on VIX again. Why do you need a fucking horse? Good auction? I don't know. Seems a little early to have results yet. No tail. High yield at auction 4.913. Yield before auction 4.920. So yeah, a little bullish. Not super, but a little. Anyone know the song where Gherkin is responding to random questions? It's like not financial advice, but I don't have the link for it. What the fuck is this? Hmm. That's disturbing. What the fuck? All right. Anyway, still resistance at 59.10. Delta's positive, almost. Oh no, Gamma's positive. Sorry, Gamma's positive at 59.02. If we slip back below it, watch out. It's like a 14-minute video of me, of Jerome Powell with my voice. Post it. Thanks, Osprey. Huh. Interesting. I can send you a link to the version I have. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's probably the one I have. Black cat in a tall hat. Welcome to the Discord, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't
Hmm.
but we ain't no cult.
Gamma goes positive at 59, or Delta goes positive at 59, 12, 26. Hello. Did you get the new tune? What? Didn't you used to farm mold? Do you have a nameplate on your desk? Are you a millionaire? Can I play you in the movie? Do you ever run into people outside who watch your stream? Can we meet up? Do you take Venmo? Do you have to use so many cuss words? Do you shower daily? What's it like being a father figure? Can't anybody just watch their kids? Are you my dad? Are you propositioning me? Do you still do collabs with other YouTube people? If you had to, who would you marry? What are your thoughts on John Stamos? It's just, you know, it really depends on, I don't know, like, not that, is it a gay thing? Are you eating Lucky Charms? Do you ever eat salad with your hands? How much spaghetti do you think you could eat? Conservatively speaking, how many cans of beans have you eaten in the last fiscal quarter? If you had to go to the ocean, would you rather be eaten by a shark or a whale? Is my cat dead? Does McDonald's chicken come from an animal? What's your favorite dinosaur? I know you're in a city, but have you ever open-mouthed kissed a horse? Are you a composite centaur? Do funds get tax breaks if they hire centaurs? I'm a complete centaur. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just like a little horse. This is all real, unfortunately. Do you remember saying a lot of these lines? I do, unfortunately. How do I know all these references? What has my life become? That's Boop. Boop made that, and it's awesome. What's more worrying is how much of that I remember you saying. Yeah. Winter, back in Pigeon Whale. I see you got another HELOC out on the house. Congratulations. Thank you so much, man. Now you can catch up on all the Gamma Strike shit you missed out on. Which is mostly just people complaining about fixes in the UI that we haven't made.
$9 straight to Gherk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
From a beauty stream to a music stream, you've truly made it. I have. I still have Jade Rollers for sale though. Just hit me up on Craigslist if you want more information. Market up, Fubo down. Cute. Yeah. I have a 6-page document and feedback I'll send you at some point. I've only been kind of leeching GS. Okay, mostly. No worries. Fubo negative beta to SPX. It's the ultimate hedge because of one anti-correlated 5-minute window. You'd think it'd be more related to IWM. This piece of shit's gonna moon on Friday, isn't it? Maybe. It's a possibility. Bulls are so much better at pushing through negative gamma than positive today. Yeah, I've got a couple bounces. I'm in top. Oh, Jesus. I would love DFV to come in and buy $500 million worth of Fubo. I think if he was going to do that, he would have done it at $1. Given that the stock was on his watch list like 3 years ago. 4. Jesus, we've been doing this for a long time. Just imagine if he actually participated in Fubo. It would be kind of insane. I mean, sure. But even without him, it still went up 300%. It's been a wee bit of time. Yeah, just a little. Someone just make an AI vid of DB praising Fubo. I only booked 10% profit today instead of 30%. I had some overpriced garbage this morning and they sucked the lifeblood out of my puts. Oh no. I bought my first Fubo on 8/18/22. I think I got my first options on it, and it was like December of 2020. Here's Fubo to 100K. You can stop worrying about a job. Yeah, fair enough. All the ETFs that have Fubo deal with this glow up. They'll buy more because the market cap went up. It's okay, my 5880s and 5920s paid for Pigeonwheel today, courtesy of GS data and my overconfidence and overdependence on it. Welcome to the club. That's awesome, though, man. I'm glad to hear it's making you money. That's what we want from it. Do you ever depersonalize while you listen to songs written for you? The stream feels like a fever dream some days. I don't, you know what? I don't really get that because I don't have like I don't have like another setting. Like this is just me. This is how I act. This is how I behave. This is how I talk. So I don't have like that like stream me, real me kind of thing. No, really. If it goes down, I can't afford my pay my 3 mortgages, and my wife will be upset. We're not stopping. We're only getting bigger. Belle Delphine, the real Belle Delphine, is 86 years old. So real Gherk says salacious things constantly. Yeah, I'm not very popular sometimes. Back of the envelope, how much do you think Fubo's worth after this deal goes through? Well, I think it's really speculative, right? I mean, sure, you can just add Fubo's projected revenues, and you can add Hulu Live's projected revenues, and you'll get the figure that Fubo gave us. 7.5 billion a year, roughly, which is cool, right? But I think, given that basically Disney's handing them over the reins on a monopoly, because they're effectively in charge of what was going to be the Fox Warner Brothers Disney joint venture with ABC, ESPN, so on and so forth. I mean, that's a $29.3 billion a year market. So how much of that can they capture? How much of that can they steal from Dish, DirecTV, Optimum, right? I mean, there's a lot of potential in it. Well, we don't know how conversion's going to work. We don't know what the finalized deal's going to look like. Were you less salacious? No, I was worse, actually, when I was younger. I've learned to filter myself more over the years. I had a meeting with the stream still playing on one ear. I almost lost it during the song when I heard "I'm a Little Horse." No, there's no link to the song because Bloop's like making a master version of it, and then we'll probably upload it somewhere. And then if they give me a link to that, then I can share it. How much pushback do you think Fubo will get with this deal, though, given they were arguing monopolistic behavior? I mean, that really depends on how the FTC is going to behave under the new administration. And I don't think they're blocking anything Disney wants to do for a few years. Who's going to really push back against it? Amazon? Maybe? Comcast, Time Warner, possibly. What software are y'all using? What do you mean? For what? For the songs? Oh, Sono? That's what I use. The Bloop wrote that, like the song we just played. AJ might file a suit to lower his 640 cost basis. Fucking AJ. What software am I using to pay for my mortgages? I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you about our Lord and Savior, Gamma Strike. That's going in the marketing dump of testimonials. One, it's 6. 2, they're in covered calls. I'm smart. Are you? Atomic says the assets was. Resistance here at 20. Delta's positive on the supportive. Positive and supportive. Break above 20 would open a move probably out to 30. Might be hard with the gaps underneath
Rhino
this.
put their pickle
I would
in
say
my
if we were
jar.
going
My
to
goal for
reject somewhere, it
2025
would
is to
probably be
actually
here.
take profits. So much money left on the table in the 3 years I've been a member here. 6 straight winning days and my port is up 62 in the last week and a half. Gonna be a good year. You're the best. Stay green, pickle boy.
Fuck yeah, man. Congratulations, Rhino. That's awesome, dude. Everyone seems to be off to such a great start to the new year. This is excellent. Is this the first year that the pickle jar collectively will be able to write off their capital losses? Check back in 3 weeks. Not you, Popcorn. Wait, wasn't your business sale capital gains? You should have been able to write off all your losses. I can. Perfect. It was nice, but not the pickle jar. Pickle jar still regarded. 59.40 sold puts they have out there. The ones I had yesterday, those moved. They don't have those there anymore. Mostly sold calls to the upside of here. I mean, there's sold calls in the money here, too. There's sold calls at 59.10, 59.05. Bought puts also at every strike to the downside. Except for 58.95, which is sold puts, largely. There's also a synthetic short at 59.40. A decent sized one. That is not on the 0 DTE, though. Still waiting for $5 coppers. No. How bad is getting a 5700p for 117 here? I mean, you need a new low. I don't like it, but only because I think that the market could recover end of week into beginning of next pre-inflation data. FOMC rug Fubo? I doubt it. I don't really think we're gonna get anything out of the minutes that we don't already know. We'll get the Cleveland president's reason for abstention, and that's probably about it. And unless it's really damning, which it could be, it's probably not going to have that big of an effect. The time will come, or I'll stay salty in Mom's basement. Or I'll stay in Mom's basement, sorry. Will FOMC pump Fubo? No, it probably has little to no effect on Fubo. Is there an advantage to exercising in the money calls versus rolling them out? Are you just rolling out the date or rolling out the strike? You're compounding your risk if you're rolling the strike out of the money. Why would you want to do that? If you want to do that, why wouldn't you just roll the expiration in and exercise? Well, Jan 2 to Jan 26, 250. I mean, remember, if the deal goes through, there's going to be dilution. So, and that's 12 to 18 months. So by Jan of 26, that could be, there could be dilution on the table, which could cause concerns around that time. The large hedge funds all have AI listeners that tune into streams like this and report back with summaries and alerts. Probably. I think it'll break whichever direction the SPX tries to go. Didn't we talk about that one yesterday? Yeah, I mean, this is like the pattern it's in right now. It's like a breakdown from the bear flag. The bear flag hasn't broken down yet. So I would probably at least wait and see if that happens. Or a break above 240 to at least confirm a breakout. Why are industrial metals ripping alongside energy? Inflationary as fuck because of the potential for tariffs. What did I miss? A lot of things. Did you just get here? How did y'all know I'm a hedge fund AI? It was just really obvious. We can tell by your hat. No, why would there be a stream tomorrow? The fucking market's closed. I had a song made for our weird parasocial relationship called Registered Fiduciary. Alright, I'll listen to your song, Popcorn.
Hey there, popcorn trader, got a tip for you today. A pickle told me secrets in a briny kind of way. He said, buy those VX80 calls and hold on tight. The market's gonna twist and turn and go up overnight.
whispered knowledge that only few can see. Certain cooties are the ticket, trust your fate to me. So popcorn trader, grab your chips and dive into the fray. Our pickles got a strategy, we've got no time to delay. My registered fiduciary, he knows the way. With pickle power visions, we'll never go astray. Popcorn trader, follow through the market's wild ride. With Vilux and cooties, we'll be on the winning side. In the crunch and pop of trading, the ticker tapes go wild. Follow the briny wisdom, you'll be the market's golden child. The pickle knows the secrets that no one else can see. Popcorn trader, hold on tight, it's time for history. Wall Street's just a playground for the savory and sweet. Navigate with pickle power, no one's gonna beat. Popcorn trader, arm your arsenal with this and turn. Our pickles got the insight, watch our profits burn. My registered fiduciary, he knows the way. With pickle power visions, we'll never go astray. Popcorn trader, follow through the market's wild ride. With Vivex and Pooties, we'll be on the winning side. We're on the winning side.
So, I just want to popcorn in your head. Am I like a small Dragon Ball Z character that provides you with secret profits? You're 4 feet tall. Well, yeah, I know, but like Popo? Yeah, I don't know who that is, but sure. You're the dragon? I've never seen Dragon Ball Z. What's that, inches? 4 inches? You fit in my shirt pocket. It's just interesting that all right. Pepino. You're different things to different people. Makes sense. Yeah. Four inches soft. You're not 4 feet tall in my version. Thanks, Jen. Was it Dragon Ball Z all this time? I thought it was Dragon Balls spelled with a Z and balls. No. I actually reject the human streaming version of you, and you were the emoji pickle? Oh, like the one in my PFP? That's nice. You're an unavailable father to me. Maybe I should stop this line of inquiry. I don't know how tall you are, but you keep my therapist in steady work. Gherkin actually uses me as his steed, if that helps gauge his height. This could get weird fast. You're a 2 available father to me? I can rectify that. Your unabashed bullishness on TLT has made me quite disappointed in you recently. Don't I have a picture of this somewhere? If you do, you know what to do with it. Wait, aren't you older than me? You, popcorn. Not you, trash. Duck ears are very short, but... I'm early 30s, big dog. I succeeded on nepotism, not merit. Alright, fair enough. So if I buy you one of those like little AI shirt clips and download my personality into it, you're gonna be a billionaire in no time. And then just have the avatar as like a little pickle emoji. I'm gonna find some of this nepotism the kids are talking about. It's like mana from the heavens. I don't know if that'll work. Alright, well, we won't try then. I didn't get any nepotism. I just made friends with rich kids whose dads ran hedge funds in college and nursed them back to health when they did too much cocaine. Made myself indispensable and found out their secrets so I could blackmail them. I mean, hung out with them and was their friend. This is elaborate? No. It did get you a house. It's true. And a job. Well, I probably otherwise would not have gotten. Fuck the platform. In YouTube, just sell subs to the AI clip that berates you while you trade. Gherkin's a Miranda confirmed. I don't know who that is.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar, Pepino. What do your fingers smell like at the moment? Your B00 tie rhymes are whack and that's the reason I ain't hearing YSO. Roll out the red carpet, cause him kicking this vanilla ice platinum.
Oh shit.
3.
Okay, I don't sniff my fingers in public. That's never a good idea. You should, guys, don't ever smell your fingers in public. Whatever the urge might be, stop yourself immediately. Because nobody has ever smelled their fingers in public for a good reason. There's one thing I learned from this stream, it's don't smell your fingers in public. Yeah, it's the worst thing you can ever do. Eating crayons is fine. There's just wax. I rarely understand Kendra's messages, and I'm glad for that. Worse than smelling a stranger's fingers? Oh, yeah. Yeah. At least if a stranger, like, sticks their fingers in your face for you to smell them, you could be like, whoa, what the fuck, man? There's no way to do... No. It doesn't... There's no sly way to smell your fingers. Everyone knows what you're doing. Make deliberate eye contact and establish dominance. It's not prison. You ever think about cheetah peens? They have barbs, and that just seems sad for them as a species. I've always, I have thought about penis barbs before and what it would be like if we had them as humans. Unpleasant, right? It's like when you nut and they keep going. It's terrible. Except you have a barb, so you're just stuck there. What if you wrap your finger in cigar paper? Well, then you don't know what your finger smells like, so you've not actually done the job. You gotta ride through that, drop a second nut. That's insane, Dave. You're a psychopath. Chop here for an hour and a little yippee up at the end would be perfect. Gamma goes back negative at 5903. Wait, she nuts? I'm usually done by the time she asks if I'm in. Thanks for sharing that with us, Mike. Have you tried thinking about the convexity of returns on speed? I've only done it twice, but I'll never forget either time. Did you take Cialis for performance reasons? How many bodies are in your freezer? None. Well, actually, there's a chicken in there, so one. If you want to get technical. Nope, they were that hot. Impressive. Empty what out? Oh, look, Gamma's negative again. Wasn't it full of ice cream? Oh yeah, I had to throw that shit out. It was old. It's also winter, so I just haven't been in the mood for ice cream Sammies. I don't have to be that hot to get the double pump when you're younger, Gherk. Even at peak performance, I still needed like a 15-second breather. Can't just fucking power through your vinegar strokes like that. This is fucking degenerate. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. And sir, that's why you don't pay child support? Fair enough. You don't know what vinegar strokes are, Bob? Don't talk about yourself like that, Gherk. You're still spry. No, I'm not. I've been waiting to be an old man my entire life. And then I hope my time as an old man is rather short. But you're not going to pull me back in. Nice try. Then finally my acerbic personality will match up with my age. I didn't even tell a joke, did I? Thanks, Dave. What if you mellow out? I've left instructions with the people that love me. Get off my theta. That's just how I talk, Bert. You'll get used to it. It's like an endless flow of wit. Sardonic wit. My worst nightmare is dying, waking up outside of the simulation and being told that's how I paid my bills in the outerverse. Reincarnating is involuntary over time. Huh. I want to be reincarnated as... Oh, I gotta think about that. Wow, I thought I would have had an answer right away. Nope. That baby hippo? Fuck no. I want to get abused in some Thai zoo.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. Pepino, when I think of you my tip sweats. When I dream about you my toes curl. When you touch my body I go numb like a grandma's thumb that has been looking for chocolate gum free.
That's beautiful poetry, Kendra. Ooh, you know what? King Julian really does. I could be a King Julian. Yeah, but this is self-flagellation, Poopy. It's different. The hippo has no choice. Speaking of old, I had the option to get a colonoscopy or give a stool sample, and of course I chose the colonoscopy Because it's good for 10 years. Stool samples have to be done yearly. I swear that's why. Stay safe, Gherk. I mean, stool samples are pretty atrocious. You don't realize how bad shit smells until it's just raw out in the open like that. That would be a sample. Minutes in a moment? Yep. That sounds horrible, Blue Bananas. Back is Vengeful Arabe. Ooh, interesting. King Kong? Right? And bullish for no reason in 3, 2, 1. 48 counterparties take 185.14 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Lol, no reaction. They're just not going to release the minutes. They don't want us to find out what the guy from the Cleveland Fed said. I'm just kidding. Participants indicated they had incorporated placeholder assumptions regarding potential trade and immigration policies changes into their projections. So they're saying, ignore our dot plot. Everything's going to be okay. Participants expected inflation to keep moving towards 2%, but effects of potential trade and immigration policy changes suggested that the process could take longer than previously anticipated. Here's the full minutes for you guys. I'm just going to read the highlights. If you want to check them. Participants indicated if data came in about as expected, it would be appropriate to continue moving gradually towards a more neutral policy stance, despite the current policy stance being negative. My wife says I'm the biggest. The largest been stepping on chat since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me to keep the heat even when I'm in foreigns. You could do better than that, Kendra. Anticipate labor markets will remain solid. Staff projected slightly lower GDP growth and a bit higher unemployment rate than the prior baseline forecast after incorporating recent data and placeholder assumptions and potential policy changes from the incoming administration. Some participants said there was merit in keeping rates unchanged at that meeting, citing higher risk of persistently elevated inflation. Yep. Vast majority of participants saw it as appropriate to lower the target range by 25 BPS at the December meeting. The market's just digesting right now. It's being currently fed a bunch of bullshit, and it has to swallow it. Does that mean rates are going back up to get to neutral? I mean... Oh, excellent. You did find it. Hold on, forget Fed bullshit for a second. This is more important. So that's me and Trash, summer 2023. Central Park. Just to get a height perception for you guys. Now, either Trash is a gigantic deck, like that dog dragon in Neverending Story, or I'm a tiny human. You guys will never know. It was a floaty vest, Bob. Go fuck yourself. Drowning's very dangerous. You're definitely a luck dragon. Interesting. The horse part is hidden behind the wings. Yeah. How many bulls have you ridden, Brett? Maybe Trash Dan's 4 ducks stacked on top of each other in a giant duck costume? Calm down. Kirk's Irishness. What if I'm a leprechaun? Lights a cig, takes a long drag. Now there's a story, Gherk. There's a story. Stories punctuated by cigarettes are the best. That's why you're always after my lucky calls. Did we ever have a me as the leprechaun for Lucky Charms stream card? That had to have been done already. It was definitely Kool-Aid guy me. Are you still gonna do a stream collab this weekend? My OnlyFans page is growing. I told you I don't like it when you wear that leather mask that zips up the back of your head. Freaks me out, man. Not as far as I know. Tell me your vision. A leprechaun running from the pickle jar? with calls in his hands over a rainbow towards a pot of gold that's actually filled with Lucky Charms. Next time, don't break the zipper. There's nothing else to hold on to. Is this bullish? No, not really. There's still resistance to the upside. There are kids in here? Why? Don't bring your children to this. I'm starting too much AI. That's not a Photoshop job anymore. No? Hmm. They have chocolate Lucky Charms? What the fuck? Oh. What about my face on this? But the marshmallows are Greeks. Fuck this. I'm moving to Canada. I'm not gonna lie, I really like this one too. I don't know what to do with it. I just like it. Unless you know how to animate a kitty corn or a duck unicorn. Oh, fuck you. I wouldn't eat Lucky Charms oatmeal. Any positioning rolling in on SPX? No, it just got rejected on the 5920 resistance again. Failed positive delta, falling back into negative gamma. 5903. I wish I could just show you guys this so I don't have to like talk about it. Right. There, look, see? See the resistance? $59.20, right? Fell back through the positive delta. And then that's gamma, positive, negative, where it found support. It's really cool how this stuff works. And then if it fails this lower and retest the negative gamma, it'll probably fail that and then fall down to support here at 58.90. Because there's not a lot of gamma or delta in this range.
Pickle _ Morty 510 Hudgone put their pickle in my jar. This one goes out to Atomic and his help presence.
I have 10k in realized gains. I got to put towards my new daughter's dividend fund. Holy shit, you had a
now
kid?
I have 10k in realized gains. I got to put towards my new daughter's dividend fund.
Sold 10cc for 50 cents Monday on a stock that was $1.50 Friday. Hugs, that's fucking awesome, man. I'm really glad to hear it. Congratulations, Pickle Morty. Seems like you've been hugging people outside of the pickle jar. Without a condom. You never took me as one to manage risk, so congratulations. Hugs to you too, man. Dividend funds aren't great for kids' accounts. I mean, usually people pick growth, like, funds. Charm's not great here. It's not that bad. I would say it's pretty even in this range. If we lost like 5,900 again, then it starts to get a little worse. Delta's positive again. Ooh, we could test it one more time. Let's go. I don't really see any positioning moving. There's still bot puts, 59.15, 59.10.
I have a terrible
There's some bot calls at 25, but not very many.
Till the 30 of my port was in at
Thank you for Fubo. I have a terrible habit of not taking
I've
profits, so
sold
I'm
60
doing
of
that
that
here.
position
30%
so
of my
far
port
at
was
tilde
in at 156.
3.5x.
I've sold 60%
Deciding
of that
about the
position so
balance.
far at 3.5x.
3.
Deciding about the balance. Yeah, I think about it. I'm probably gonna sell some, exercise some, get myself to around 25k shares, take some profits, and then just sell calls on the rest, I guess. We'll see what it's worth. I'm not sure what the yields are going to look like. Usually Fubo's vol gets shorted pretty fucking hard, but it stays elevated, like around 50, 60, 70 for like IV30. Have you not sold any of your synth line position? No. It's for like 2026. It barely like moves in price. The other day I was up like 174. Now I'm up like 201. It doesn't really change much. I think I'd pick up like another like 30k if we test 650. It's like $300 for every penny, roughly. Is that the Robinhood desktop app? No. This is our website. Options analysis tool. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I'd probably fall back to like 59.10 on this house. There's a little bit of out of the money delta at 20. But it starts to fall off after that. So we'll need this to pick up. Gamma's decent through here. But we'd have to break above 20 first. We could go out to 30. Yeah. We're still not selling a lot of puts to the upside here. So most of the support's still back at 5,900. Did you see the net toggle blurb, Dad? Where I saw it. That you added it? Yeah, I know. You did that like a few days ago, right? It's awesome. No, no. I don't know. The last year has been one blur. Perfect. Win down if we get rejected. This is supported. Why would we get down from here? Right here. Down if we get under, like, the gamma flip. That's bearish. Otherwise, chop. More chop. Looks is down a decent amount, but we're only up $10. Skew was up a bit yesterday, too. When are they going to shoot this up? Maybe like Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna straddle or strangle today because I mean, if I do, I'm gonna buy the OPEX contract and just trade it over like a few days. Maybe day trade, is it mostly just SPX and futures or anything else? Sometimes it's other stuff. Depends. Zero DTs I like on equities, but I'm not a huge fan of most like day trading equity options. Most of the ones that I trade are like longer term, like a week or two, sometimes a month. Like I'm usually in equity positions longer than a single day. But I put those in pickles picks. I just don't actively like watch them. OPEX contracts like 5K a leg, I know. And you lose a day of theta. So again, I might not. I have an upside hedge already. I have debit spreads. So if this gets back above like 59.50, I'll be fine, but you could do an inverse if you really want to straddle and you want to avoid the cost. You can do like an inverse butterfly or an inverse condor. And that'll shave off like some of your upfront capital requirement. You won't get as good a returns, but you can do like so like 17 a.m. You go. I don't particularly like that. So like 5,900, 5,950. So you can do something like that. And then like if you close out one side of it, like if this goes in the, like here, because your exposure will look like that to the upside. And then so if you close like the call side out on a rejection at 50, Well, over the next few days. So you can make like, maybe like 13% on the upside. And then your downside exposure, maybe further out, like let's say going into like next Wednesday, might be able to pick up like 42% on the downside. You can also stagger these, right? So like if you think the upside move is going to come sooner than the downside move, you could change the dates on this. Like you could move this to pre-SLD. So like the 13th, 14th. Yeah, say like you move that to like the 15th and then do the puts for the 17th. Then you can change your like for like your returns. So you have better upside returns, and then your downside returns will improve as this decays away. So SPX and SPXW are the same instrument. They're just different options chains on that instrument. SPXX and SPXT, those are leveraged ETFs. And I'm like XSP is like a smaller version of SPX. So those are all different instruments. SPX and SPXW are one instrument. It's the weekly chain and the monthly chain. Yeah, anyway, so if you do this one, you can get like, let's say you hold that through the weekend into Tuesday, like Tuesday, middle of the day. Your 50 test would net you like 28%, right? And then as you move into the end of the week, a retest at 5,900, like into later in the day Thursday, 5,900 would get you a 54%. The total debit is 22,230. And then if it just blows out one direction or the other, I mean, you just get shit returns, right? But you'll still get some return. Even though I know this shows it's negative to the downside, it's not, because this is just at the 15th expiration. So you would lose money on the 15th expiration, but then you'd make it back. Because your downside returns look like this, not the other way. So under 5,900, you would still make back another 1465. If you do XSP, be careful with stops. You can get seriously fucked. Yeah, you have to use stop limits on XSP because it's illiquid and the market maker will steal your money. No problem, me too. That's one way of doing it, like a lot cheaper, right? That's 2,000 for each leg, which is about half the price it would be to just buy a put and a call. Yeah, you can also wait till end of day Friday and buy a straddle for Apex. That works too. You get a $2,500 return, whichever direction. Like when you do the inverse one, you get a $2,500 return on $2,200 of risk if it ends up at the end of the week below 5,900 or above 5,950. So I mean, you'd still make $270. But if you were able to close the call side early and then keep the put side open, you could make like double. I've almost made more money on 2 days on Fubo cover calls than I have in the last year. Congratulations, Two-Tone. That's awesome, man. Seems kind of nice in this environment to scalp like $100 or so. I'm pretty sure I'll lose money shortly. I mean, just keep your risk tight. If you're scalping SPX contracts and, you know, you don't let your risk expand too much, you won't really generally lose too much money. As long as you keep stops on stuff. The problem a lot of people have is like not so great entries and getting stopped out prematurely, or we drop too hard and liquidity around spot gets really thin, which makes it difficult to trade zero DTEs with stop losses. So as IV goes up, which IV is elevated right now, you'll start to get more variation in the spread, which can stop you out before you get the move. But if you confirm the move before you buy in, which is what you should do for scalping anyway, instead of buying in preemptively, then you can set your stops really tight and get in and out quickly. And yeah, with fixed risk plus whatever the difference in the spread is. There'll be some slippage on that if you just use a market stop. Yeah, so you start to scale and scalping becomes very dangerous very fast. So the more contracts you're picking up, the greater the risk gets. Would you scalp SPX using spreads? I wouldn't really use spreads to scalp. I would just use contracts, even if they're overpriced. Yeah, Fidelity's fucking terrible for trading SPX intraday contracts. Well, at least for scalping them. If you're just buying directionally and waiting for moves, Fidelity's fine, but it can be a real pain in the ass to scalp on it. Yeah, so you're probably a little. If all you can scalp is gamma, you're probably undercapitalized to be trading SPX. And by that I mean you're buying like options that are like 0.25, 0.2 delta. This is more like scalping gamma. So you need momentum in the move. This is really risky. This is more than a confirm. You also want to confirm like ES volume to trade these. If you're trading like 0.45 to 0.3 options, then you're not taking as much gamma risk. Because if these contracts turn around, you get fucked quick. VIX isn't a great. I mean, it's an okay tool to watch. I think people get overly dependent on it. Really, you should be watching like contract IV. The thing I would recommend anybody who's trading SPX to do is open up the actual contract chart and watch that. So like you can, I mean, most brokers have this in some variation or another, but you can open up the like say I wanted to get a 5900 here because we failed the test. So you'd go like put, and then you would open up this contract, right? And you can actually look at the contract volume and pricing. Right, and then you can confirm the breakdown at like 5907 or get out by it for with a bounce. I don't know what platform you're using, but did not realize that I was going to buy this. Now I have to trade it. Whoops. FUBO looks fine. We'll see. We'll get more information on the out of the money strikes soon too. So by Friday we should have a lot more options information on it. So yeah, there's your like 20% scalp, and then you can set your stop. So that. Sound more bored about 20% of a port, why don't you? I didn't mean to trade it. I was just like trying to show him the thing. What do you personally do? I mean, when I'm scalping shit like that, usually like 15 to 20%, depending on liquidity at the strike and moneyness. So if I'm like right at the money, like 15 to 20. If I'm out of the money, 30 to 50. Like, depends on how far out of the money. But, I mean, the percentage shift on those can move really rapidly. How low can this go? I mean, there's really not much downside support if we start slipping 50, like 5,900 again. Like, we could run back down to like 85 or 80 pretty easily, I think. He sets no stops on out of the money because even if it's the last minute of the day, Greg wants to be right. I mean, sometimes I'm just playing like outlandish shit that I can see on the options chain. Where if like X, Y, and Z occur perfectly, I'll make 40 grand on like $400. Those don't happen very often, but they do happen sometimes. That's been very rare, but it's my trading strategy. Don't ask me how it's going. I mean, that should be most people's trading strategy right there. Just like grab it for 5, sell it for 6. You do that a couple times a day, and you're probably making more than you do at your job. As just like a equal distribution of salaries, right? The average American makes like what, 50K, 60K a year, something like that. When you were scalping with a small account, what was your win percentage? I don't know, like fucking. When I went to SPX, I'd already been doing it for a really long time on like SPY and MES, but I would say I don't know. It varies depending on how focused I am, but anywhere from like 70, 76 to like 89%. I can do it if I like really, really put my mind to it and ignore you guys all day. I've done it before. I've done like 1K to 20K on stream and shit like that in like a couple days. No, don't ignore us. About how many trades a day? Well, I mean, you're cash, right? So you start small and then you move up. Just do it on a day when I have several ports. You've done 1K to 20K in 60 minutes. Yeah, but I don't do that kind of degen shit anymore because when I do, you guys just start blowing up left and right. Like buying 5-cent calls and hoping they price up. That was the 27th for you? I don't remember. What happened on the 27th? Was that the day that we like tanked? Like the gap down day? FOMO takes over the picker jar when he YOLO'd and hits. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing that shit in like November, October of 2022. Like, because vol was so high. I was doing like $50, $60 out of the money shit. And like, they would print because volatility was through the roof. But then like, volatility calmed down and everyone just kept doing it. And then like, a quarter of the pickle jar blew up in like 20 days. Gamma is the rate of change in delta with respect to moneyness. So gamma determines how much delta changes per change in the underlying. So gamma is the rate of change. What stock strats do you recommend for small ports, 7,000 or less? I mean, under 10K, I would probably, unless you're really confident in your ability to grow an account and like intraday trade, I would probably just find like something fairly stable with moderate IV and just grind covered calls till I got to 25K. That's gonna give you the best, like, as a trading strategy, it's gonna give you one of the better routes to like um, capital preservation, which is what you're concerned with. Once you hit 25K, you can open up your risk a little more, but you probably want to keep doing the same thing and then get like two 25K accounts. Because it's really easy to leverage up covered call strategies. Levering up intraday trading strategies is really difficult, and requires that you have to dynamically manage your risk relative to the amount of leverage you're taking on. Whereas with covered calls, your risk is kind of fixed already. Um, and if you've picked something fairly stable with decent support, I mean, yeah, you're not going to get as much yield off of those calls, but you'll make money. And you can lever up and start selling like strangles, or like cash secured strangles. So like if the stock drops to X, you know, you're buying shares. If it goes up to Y, you're getting assigned those shares and just keep cycling through that. It's called the wheel. You can probably look it up. But that opens you up like to a little bit of wheeling, and so that effectively like doubles your yield that you're getting on your covered calls, and so you can grind through that for a little while. And really, you want to have like a stack of money you don't give a shit about before you start day trading. In the meantime, while you're doing that, you can day trade, but do it in a paper account, so you can figure out some strategies that work for you, and that are consistently profitable. And a lot of trading is just that. It's just being really consistent and doing the same thing over and over and over and over like a machine. And if there wasn't such a like skill cap on knowledge barrier on building algorithms, that would be the ideal way to trade. But it's very difficult. Oh, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. If not, the instructions are in the general chat on the public side. Have you ever seen a wheel algo? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no problem, dude. Happy to help. This is all very sensible. I'm sure it'll stop people full porting into potential squeeze plays. Nope. I mean, most of what kills accounts is just greed, one way or another. I would say that the vast majority of plays that the pickle jar enters, they're profitable at some point. And then the individual is not profitable because they wanted more out of it. And the market, like, they wanted more than what the market gave. I'm at the point where Gamma Strike looks really useful, but I'm too ignorant to understand how to use it. Well, we're doing the quant roundtables every Thursday, and that's going to be tomorrow night if you guys miss me during the day. And we're kind of walking current users through difficulties they're having and helping them understand the data, and effectively use the data for various strategies. But also when we do release it, we're going to have, you know, tooltips, and we're going to have a glossary of terms and information galore to hopefully educate you guys better on how to use the data effectively, how to interpret it, and ideally how to profit off of it. What about financial advice? No. Financial advice is specifically for financial advisors, which I'm not. You're telling this to people who can't read. Well, you know. There's, like I said, there's going to be videos. Will I go have profit taking on it or just let it all expire? Usually profit taking. Usually some sort of fixed profit taking mechanism. Like 40% return or 50% return on sold options, and then they close out. It's only taken me 31 months to learn to take profits. But you're learning. I mean, that's about the time frame to get like okay at this. You're a financial guru. Gross. Most FAs can't read. That's why we feel so safe releasing the product, baby. AJ, if you become a Gamma Strike subscriber, we're charging you 100% more. Because you're the source of the dumbest FAQs. You can. The Gamma Strike PDFs that we have currently are available on the homepage on app.gammastrike.com. No scanner callouts. We're going to build scanners so you can identify things in the options chain that are of interest, but we are not going to do trade callouts. It gets really iffy when you start messing with that. And that's not what we want, right? We don't want to tell people puts or calls, because A, that can be wrong, right? And that just fucks people over. We want people to learn how to use the data and interpret it, and to manage their positions accordingly. You're not going to have any idea who I am, though. Yes, I do. I do. I will find you. I'll just have Nitu find you, and then he can let me know who you are. And then we can raise your price 100%. You can ever swap over to a GS hat? Wow, that'd be cool. You can tell us puts or calls. We wouldn't care. I speak for everyone. I'm well aware that you do. I know what people want, but that's not what they need. If you charge AJ double, can I get a sub for free due to our long-standing relationship? Probably not. But I'll think about it. Maybe if I charge AJ triple. It depends on how annoying he gets. If Gert gets a GS hat, I want a little tiny GS hat for my little Pecorino Romano. There's a name for a penis hat. Pecker topper. Oh, okay. Charge AJ 10x. What does the pricing look like? We kind of have a estimate right now that we're seeing if we can finalize based on our budget, but we're looking somewhere between 69 to 129 a month from overnight out to live at the top end. And some sort of discount if you purchase a year up front. No, not 69, 420. It means that the delta, more of the delta is shifting to the downside of where gamma is neutral. So they start to draw closer together, and when shit gets really bearish, sometimes DN will fall below GN. But right now, it just means that delta and gamma are neutral at basically the same price. They're not that close. They're like a strike apart, but they're very close. So that's cheap. Then AJ should be charged $69,069 a month. Or $6,969 a month. That seems fair. You can literally Google Gamma Strike and it's right there. Really? Cool. Is there a possibility that in the future the live data screen will aid us in interpreting sold bot positions coming in? Yeah, so we do want to give you guys tools. We have some already, but we do want to give you more tools to help interpret bot sold. We're probably not going to create anything that says this is bought and this is sold. Because they're frequently wrong. They're highly interpretive, and it's better to take the totality of the data and make an interpretation rather than to rely on like an indicator that's making a huge assumption about options flow. The GS documentation page is blank. The links aren't on the documentation page. They are on the main page, and there's little tabs that say view. So if you click view, then the PDF will pop up. There isn't like a documentation page on the website right now. PDFs from a 90s arcade? Yes. We're playing laser tag? Yeah. Gamification of the options market. And so this is, this is like kind of a way you can see some things going on, right? I mean, we know gamma flips negative here, right? At this pink line. Which is displayed a little higher on the screen up here. right? At this point. Yep. Right there. And then you can, look at you can look at this like 5900 strike. Scaling's weird on this. And you see all these like all this put volume here at 5900. Up here, right there. So it's very likely that these are not bought puts. These are probably sold, hence the support at those levels. Right? So they're selling that put as a supportive position in order to keep gamma from falling negative. Now that tells you two things. A, that's support. B, if that level is lost, if that level at 5900 is lost, those puts that were sold are going to be at risk, which opens up a greater move to the downside. As they close, it will drive price down. And so that's like one way of interpreting, a bought sold position on the chain. It's very simple, right? But it's, and a lot of bought sold is just logical. Like, oh man, we hit this thing and then call volume came in and it was resistance, right? And that's, those calls are probably sold. And you can kind of just keep track of that in your head throughout the day as you watch price move around. You can get more in depth with it, and you can like look at the IV on the contract and see what it's doing, and you can look at the bid-ask spreads. But the thing is there's dark pool trading, there's like block orders where the fucking bid-ask is irrelevant because the market maker pre-negotiated the sale of those contracts before they ever hit the tape. And so, somebody may have sold those contracts at the ask, or started negotiating that price when the ask was higher, and it's moved since from the time it was negotiated to the time it hits the tape. Do we not have that chart on GS beta? You don't, not yet. Maybe this week though. You guys have this one right now, which I would argue is a lot easier to interpret. Thune? Yeah, Thune. Do I have the beta? Not if you didn't pay for it. The beta is not on Steam. I wish you hadn't just explained to the market that we dump below the gamma flip point. I think they're pretty well aware. That's why they're selling puts there. Coming to GS users by 2030? Exactly. After we've made our retirements off of it, then we roll it out to the public. No, I'm just kidding. We just blow up money with this shit. We get way too bullish on everything we make, and then we just lose a bunch of money. And then we make it properly, but at that point we're bored of losing money on it, so we don't try. Does the non-live version show the flip point? Yeah, it does. But what did it cost? Just another drop of your sanity. wrung from the dry towel that has become your body. Is this color scheme making anyone else want to play pinball? Or is it just me? I mean, that's what trading options on SPX is, right? It's just brick breaker. Options brick breaker. Trade in the saddle. $80-hour work weeks for like 55 weeks straight. I got you beat by an extra 3 years. But I feel like you're gonna catch up to me. I feel like the slow burn. I'm the balls to the wall until I collapse type. I used to be like that. Back in the GME days, when I was on the Discord like fucking 22 hours a day. And then the other 2 hours I was just arguing with idiots on Reddit. It's a dumb question. What does a call wall or put wall really mean? Call put wall at say 5,900. Price drops below that. Can you go lower? Have you ever played with Hot Wheels? So think of it like this. If you have like a big wall of gamma, doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. You know those little things on like Hot Wheel tracks that have the wheels inside and it like shoots the car out faster and accelerates it. So think of every large pile of gamma like that, except you don't know what direction it's going to shoot the car until it crosses that midpoint. So your contract's the little car going towards that thing. And it's either going to push your car away, or you cross that midpoint and it's going to push your car up. It is dangerous. That's why you set stops. And sometimes, this one's really fun, if it's a really big pile of gamma, sometimes it'll push your car up a little bit and then turn it back around and shoot it the other way. But that's really because the range of that pile of negative gamma extends beyond that pile of gamma. And so this is a lot of times you'll see me talk about resistances being at like really weird levels, right? I'll call out something. I'll be like, 59.17 needs to be crossed to move to the upside, because above 59.17, the gamma from 59.20, which is larger, starts to pull price towards it. But then on testing it, it acts as a resistance till the price gets above like 59, let's say like 23. And then above 59.23, price can break away from that strike. And that's where you'll actually get your breakout, not at 59.20. Same thing goes for breakdowns in price. Like you could see it here. Like, see how we're finding support at like 59.04? Really, not like 5900 where you would expect it to be. And that's because the gamma at 5900 is huge, right? And so right now, that gamma at 5900 is pulling price towards it, like gravity. And it's going to keep pulling price towards it. But once price is at 5900, the effect of that gamma is nothing, right? It's like you're standing on Earth. Like you don't really feel gravity when you're just chilling here. It doesn't really get stronger unless you know went closer to the source of that gravity. It's just like kind of neutral, right? It doesn't get weaker because you haven't pulled away from it far enough. And then as price inches down and the bid asks move, you can start to slip below the gamma, right? And that's when the pull of that gamma starts to release a bit. And so like if we lose 59.89 or so here, price will slip faster. It'll start moving faster away from that big pile of gamma. Kind of like a slingshot effect. If you guys know anything about like space travel. Gravity, maybe? Yeah. Heard of it? Okay. Slingshot maneuver. It's like when you fly around a planet, yeah. So you can use the acceleration generated by the shift in gravity to move faster out the other side. I just took 556% profit. Thanks, Gherkin. On those bets from earlier. Nice. Like jamming two end pull magnets together too hard. Yeah. Like holding them together and then letting them go. But to tie that into Gamma Strike, we're trying to show you where that effect of gamma is going to be on the price. So you have a better understanding of how price is going to move around those points in the options chain that, drive this dynamic hedging. Yeah, that's so cool and all, but are we breaking 5,900 and jumping into close or what? Sick. There's still some support down here. We could kind of wheedle our way through it, but we need more rejections, probably. We just got like a pretty strong reversal there. So let's see if that fails. If that fails, it's going to increase the likelihood that it continues to break down. But gamma's back to positive here. So like 5904 is the flip point. And it's pretty precise. I mean, the options markets generally move, especially SPX really moves around its around the gamma and delta on the chain. It wasn't a Pokemon reference. You can see how this just tested where delta goes positive and then failed. So this is like a level that is hard to get over for the participants. But then if you get over that, the MM is now supportive, positive delta. and supportive of upside price action. All I'm picturing is Hot Wheels spaceships right now. Yeah, great. So you could go long at the point that it crosses into positive delta with like a stop, of course, because obviously it can pull right back down. You're still bound at that resistance. I can't wait to confirm my bias with it and lose money. Stops are there so you can donate money to the market maker. Uh, I've been doing the opposite and trading this chop. I mean, you can. It's got decent range on it. Volatility is pretty high. The risk reward is not great, right? Because the contracts are so expensive at the money. But this is kind of what I thought we would do all day. That's exactly what we've been doing all day. I wouldn't call this chop. We've moved. We've had a couple big moves. But as we move towards the end of the day, there's narrow. So there's bigger moves and like realized vol is crushing into close. So the propensity for the market to have a multi-sigma move from spot reduces as time elapses. Presidents dying and the market closing, yeah. We have moved poopy while SPX is a few bips from open. mostly not, yeah. We had some. We got that big rejection earlier that was fun. And then the bounce afterwards was also pretty cool. Sigma Riz guac. I don't want your Riz. Save it for your wife. Grandma just gifted me $1,000. If there was only a cool data platform I could subscribe to. Soon enough, mon frere. Delta gives the rough direction and force to gamma. Mm-hmm. And then there's speed. 60-point range, not enough for Durick. He really is my daddy. Just perpetually disappointed. The fucking puts at 59.15 are still kind of a pain in the ass to the bulls. If 4 presidents died within a week, I wonder if they would consult the MMs before setting market close dates. I don't know. You could do it on your day off tomorrow. That's a good question. Because my family's been here for the holidays and stuff. I've been really behind on like a lot of errands, so I'll probably try to get whatever done I can on that front. And I'm not going to be off all day tomorrow. We're going to have the quant roundtable on the Discord tomorrow night. Although I'm starting to think we should probably move those over to like Twitter Spaces. But I don't care about Elon. Also, I don't think I'm supporting him. I have like my blue check mark for free. I don't pay for that shit. They give it to you for free with like X number of followers or some shit. I've never listened to a quant roundtable. Who's the dungeon master? Dork. Can Elon's scandal about his penis size be called elongate? I don't think that there could be a scandal regarding Elon's the only way there's a scandal regarding Elon's penis is if it's actually gigantic. Like 13 inches. Otherwise there could not possibly ever be a scandal about it. If it's normal sized, no one's got anything to say. And the odds are it's most likely insanely small, and everyone already knows that. You know what Elon's like? There's no way he's slinging hog. You know, people say the same thing about short, skinny guys. Some people's parents just didn't love them. That didn't affect the formation of their wiener during adolescent years. Built like a hockey puck. From his pre-hair plug pictures, it's either 10 inches or 3.5. The latter is much more likely. Dave, you know what? Yeah, I agree. Well, I agree with you because you've seen more penises than any of us. Thanks for reminding me. No problem, man. Doesn't he have like 15 kids? I guess it works. Well, we all know it's functional. I think he has like 12. Can we not short hog shame here? This is my last safe space. The La Croix of those words. You're right, 12. Why do you know that? I don't know. Saw it somewhere. Potato Tom, assuming that a man with a large penis is worried about satisfying women is probably inaccurate. He's making a fuckbot because no one loves him. Not because of his penis size. Any general market predictions for Friday, end of the week? I think after NFP data, they're going to try to crush vol. This looks like a real weak push. It is. Yeah. I'll take two. Yeah, I mean, if there's a big shock in the labor data, it could shake things up. But I think if like non-farm comes in as expected, or even a little hotter, a lot of that was already priced in with the reaction to jolts. So that'll just leave a lot of vol on the table that needs to be sold. Because what else do you do with a bunch of vol? Should I be worried about my 25-30 sold call vertical from earlier today? Probably not particularly worried. I've heard Lady Prawn Stars just Jesus. That's because all those dudes are on drugs and taking like fuck tons of like ED pills before every scene. Listen, everybody's gonna buy a fuck bot. We already know this. People are simple. They're just trying to think of how to market it without it sounding creepy. But I'll tell you right now, in every boardroom in Silicon Valley, fuck bots have come up at some point in the conversation. Because what the fuck else are they gonna do with Chat GPT? They just needed to say slutty things. Perfect. It's actually the perfect thing for that model. Do you just wait for a move above Gamma Max? No, not always. Sometimes I sell them above Gamma Max frequently. Rick Caruso, billionaire real estate developer, calls into local news to describe Palisades fires. It's like a third world country. It sounds like a man who's really in touch with reality. Oh no, my $15 million mansion just burned down. Whatever shall I do? Watch, they're gonna turn it into like the saddest thing ever. Just watching billionaires sitting on piles of rubble with a tear in their eye. As the camera pans over the Malibu sunset. And then they get the letter that their home insurance doesn't cover wildfires anymore. We could probably donate to helping them rebuild their infinity pool. Why are the plethora of in the money Jan 17th Nvidia calls taking profit? Sold? Sold calls? From all the ETFs that sell Nvidia calls? And then just leave them there until they expire? Ah, they're killing our boy. A little bit. The only thing that was sad about the submarine implosion was that kid who like got dragged along. Because like he didn't want to do it. And they were like, ah, come on, it's gonna be so cool to see the Titanic. Pop into our toy boat. Did they at least get to see the Titanic before they were eviscerated by the pressure of the ocean? Spontaneously combusted? Doesn't matter. Suppose not. Turned into chum. Yeah. If you can start selling the top CCs to scalp the gains and recycle the method the next day, expecting future vols, sand food. Yeah, you can. You can, I mean, I used to do that on Jamie a lot. Like, it hadn't topped and it was still chopping around. And I'd, like, sell them on peaks and then close them and sell them and close them and sell them. The worst part of the submarine is that you can only see outside through a PC monitor. Something you could have done from the surface. Yeah, they could have saved 4 lives and a couple $1 million just sticking a camera on a really long wire, maybe in a bubble. Wait, what? Yeah. It didn't have a window because it was a pipe bomb. I think they'd taken it down before, but they'd had like issues on prior dives. There was a porthole at the end. Oh, okay. Could you actually see anything out of it though? I mean, that deep in the ocean, even with like a really bright flashlight, you can only see like a couple feet in front of you. How many people can say that they've experienced the fire of 1,000 suns? Well, none, actually. Because the ones that have can't talk anymore. Anybody with a VT? Dork, you got the clap again. I told you have to disclose that to HR 10 days after diagnosis. No? Yes. Hmm. Is Dole a good price for shares right now? Mediocre. Mediocre price for shares, I think. They lowered some of their guidance too, so careful. Can you give me a few good examples of stocks to wheel? I mean, maybe. Let's see. Is there any that I like? I love Apple. I'll say that right off the bat. Hmm. Ooh, that looks bearish as fuck. AGL looks kind of interesting. Uh, mm, X is picking up some volatility. Square looks like a decent one. No, not Twitter. X. US Steel. SMCI is probably pretty fun in its current ranges. Risky, but volatility is definitely there. 30-day IV is like 46. Realize Wall's about the same. Maybe 10 minutes to expiries. I don't know what our most likely closing price is here. Probably 20. Although, maybe not. It was pretty negative right at spot. 59.15. Seems like we probably don't get to the upside of 20. We might test 20 again, though. It's a nice little push-up. Thanks for bringing money to the masses. Legit, we all be big for time. Big time for putting a few wrinkles in our brains. Mahalo Nuloa. Thank you, Pickleman. Thanks, Surface Smurf. I appreciate it, dude. Happy to help. All my gains from Fubo are gone with this push. I'm very good at this. What do you think of yield max ETFs? I hate them. I don't like them unless you need like degenerate income for a short period of time. I really dislike them quite a lot. Their returns are usually complete shit when compared to just like buying the underlying index or the underlying stock. They have bad returns. Which one? YMAX? So let's take a look at it. So year to date, well, let's not go year to date. Let's go last 1 year. It's down 15.63%. And it's saying its dividend yield is 45.66, but that doesn't sound right because it's paying out. Yeah, it looks like it's paying out about 12% a month. I think the dividend yield calculation on here is wrong. Why did they get that wrong? Hold on. Expense ratio is 1.2. Premium to NAV 0.2. It's weekly dividends? Okay. When did they change it? It's not weekly. Is it? No. Oh, it is. Yeah, they shifted it. I guess it looks like end of September they changed it to weekly dividend payments. So they changed the fund strategy? It wasn't before September of this year. Well, okay, let's just look at the last month, right? So it's paid 4 dividends out in the last month. 13 cents, 24.5, 18 cents, and 14 cents. So let's just say 14, 25, rounding up a little bit here, 18, and 14. So it's paid out 71 cents over the last month with an average price of about 17.50. So that's since December 18th. And it's lost volume weighted average price, I guess. So it's paid out about 10% and dropped roughly 6.5%. Well, it's actually dropped 11.24% over the last month, but from its average price, it's dropped 6.5%. Generally, these funds tend to pay out. They change their payment structure, but because of that, the price of it will probably continue to go down until that normalizes with its new payout structure, which is significantly higher than its older payout structure. So during this period of normalization, it can be really advantageous. But once price normalizes to the new dividend structure, it will probably lose more value over time than it gains. So these funds tend to perform really well during periods where the market is moving up pretty quickly or very, very stable. So during stable periods, you really maximize the yield without losing too much value in the underlying. But during trends, you tend to receive lower dividends because they're constantly getting knocked out of the money. So you could do this yourself and make more of a profit because you can micromanage the position than they can doing it automatically. Plus, you don't have to pay the fees. Oh no, it lost 20. I needed it to stay up there. Oh. It's almost the perfect close. Nope, I lost it again. Piece of shit. Stop it. Go back up. Okay, that works. Not bad. 45%. Ding ding. Ooh, even got a little bit higher there on that last tick. Yeah, and if you go back to like the inception of the fund, it's down almost 23%. So you've lost half the value in what you own. Jeppy's pretty similar. I think Jeppy's like a little bit better risk managed. But I mean, over the last 3 months, Jeppy's down 2.3% and it's paid out roughly the same. So it's just flat. Over 1 year, it's done okay, but it's significantly underperformed just buying the index. So over the last year, Jeppy's up 4.43. It's paid out 7.3%. So you're looking at roughly 12.8% returns, 12.75% returns. But if you'd bought the index over the same period, you'd be up 19%. All right, so pretty flat day. A lot of realized vol crush, which is kind of what I was expecting. We didn't really get a very significant move below 58.80, barely. We didn't really go above 50, 59.20. Things were a little bit more bearish to the downside, but none of that positioning was realized. And closed roughly right where I expected, up 16 points for the day. I'd projected 19, but yeah, not much of a significant change throughout the intraday trading. We will see realized vol crush because of that, and that was opportunistic, right? I mentioned last night in Pickles Picks that realized vol had moved up a little bit over the IV. Or the IV had moved up a little bit over the realized vol, and there was an opportunity to short that profitably. And that's pretty much what we saw happen today. Over here on ES, fairly weak and choppy support at the 59.48 level was held today, despite some lower tests. We did end up closing above it, 59.63. 59.65's kind of a level of interest here, but much more importantly, 59.80, which we are still below. This kind of consolidation is not really bullish or bearish and could really break either way as we move into the holiday. Now, I do think with the NFP report Friday morning, I believe it's, what time is it coming out? NFP and unemployment are going to be at 8:30 a.m. before market open. After those are out, if there's not a big sticker shock on any of them, no big changes in unemployment, no ridiculously large moves in NFP, then I would expect that things will remain roughly as they are, except that event vol is going to price out a little bit. And that pricing out of event vol gives the bulls a big opportunity, especially if non-farm comes in line with the consensus estimate and jobs are down, unemployment is up, and volatility is falling off. That'll give an opportunity for a move up to the upside and more opportunity to short vol in our current range. So we'll probably see a lot more puts sold and an attempt maybe to push up towards like 59.50 or so as we move into the OPEX week. And next week we have a lot of big data. We have We have inflation data, which is the very important second half of this labor data. If labor continues to be hot and inflation continues to be hot, then the Fed simply can't cut rates. And if the Fed can't cut rates, then yields need to be higher than they are. It's very simple, right? And so we'll be looking for that next week. We also have the Bank of Japan decision next week, which can have a very outsized effect and can, if Bank of Japan, if the Fed can't cut and Bank of Japan hikes, that's an effective leveraged rate cut from the Fed. And so, in terms of, how leverage is in the system currently, that would present a great deal of risk, especially given that leverage on the carry itself is at all-time highs or near all-time, or not actually at all-time highs after today. I think it made even a new one. So, that presents a great deal of risk into the middle of next week. And because of that, I would expect that the window of opportunity for bulls to recover some positioning or get out from under some of their short vol would be very narrow. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe a little bit into Wednesday. Are they actually going to short vol before the BOJ decision? I mean, it's algorithmic too, right? So, they have stranded short vol positions to the upside of spot. Not a lot of them, but there are still some. And event vol is falling off. So yeah, they're going to short the event vol. That's that crush in event vol is usually a big opportunity for bulls.
Great
Thanks,
job
end of
today,
day bomber.
end of day people. 3.
Fitting name. Appreciate it. I think the Bank of Japan decision, maybe it's not next week. When is it? It's on the 23rd, so it's just following the OPEX. So yeah, even more opportunity to try to push things down into Tuesday's PPI. First we get PPI, and then we'll get CPI following that on Wednesday. Next Thursday, we have retail sales, which is also a really big deal. Then we start moving into some housing stuff. Okay, so Bank of Japan decisions after the OPEX. But we still have inflation data at the beginning of next week. So Friday and Monday, really specifically, are the 2 days where they have an opportunity to crush out that vol and turn this around a little bit. When do you get Pickles picks? Tomorrow night, and you won't anyway. You want him? Did you see that consumer credit came in negative? It did. Which means people are buying less shit, which might act beneficially on inflation. How high up are the stranded positions? Really, I think around like 59.80 through 60.30 mostly. Anything above that's just pretty fucked for right now. I'm not really concerned with that. But 59.80 to 60.30 I think could be a potential range for this to turn around and bounce into. We will see though. Obviously Friday's data could have a big impact on that. We may not get any upside. I mean, if labor non-farm is hot or unemployment is down, especially because Michigan inflation expectations are likely to be higher. So Michigan's going to have probably no meaningful or positive impact on inflation expectations, which really leaves it up to the employment. And if employment continues to confirm that the labor market is strong, and non-farms are continuing to move up, which they frequently do, then it's very likely that inflation expectations will remain anchored where they are until we get PPI and CPI data, both of which the swaps market are pricing in for much hotter prints. So swaps market expect PPI and CPI to move up. They're usually not wrong. Oh, you're asking about my PP. Somewhere else, maybe a different day. Grim 2. Dollar up today. Got a little bit of a lower high, rejected off of it, although the consolidation could still turn around and yields are still crazy elevated. The 20-year going above 5% earlier today. The 30-year auction kind of turned that around a little bit, but not surprisingly, not very much. Commodities a little less wonky today, but we do have precious metals and energy moving. Let me check Henry Hub. I don't know why I don't have that on my other list. Yeah, Henry Hub moved up another like 6% today. So we do have some moves in nat gas, which is stabilizing the drop that we're seeing in crude. Crude's still holding above 70 a barrel and above the inflationary level at like 72 a barrel. So that's still hot enough to be driving inflation higher. And we are seeing a little bit of precious metal interest. Copper up pretty bigly today. Not too much going on with agriculture or materials, it looks like. Correlation pretty flat. Didn't really come down, didn't really go up. We had some spikes earlier, but that kind of normalized and everything looks pretty flat day over day. But what we're not seeing is people driving back into the dispersion trade, trying to push or seeing that correlation push down either on the monthly or the weekly or the 3-month. And that's probably significant. And a little bit here, we're going to look at the correlation between VIX and cash VIX, and that might tell us a little bit more. Carry leverage did hit a new all-time high today. However, it did close a little bit lower. But it looks like we're starting to float up to around 9.3x. And we're still not seeing any moves on the front end leverage, right? So we're seeing leverage on the top end skyrocket, but leverage on the short end isn't moving. And this is part of that cost to carry dynamic. So they're shorting the short end, otherwise the leverage would be rising, in order to pay the cost to carry on their infinitely expanding long end leverage. And that's a really fucking dangerous position to be in, because if anything moves or they get squeezed on the short end, they can no longer afford their cost to carry and they have to mark to market their securities in order to cover the margin call. And they're doing that at 9.3x leverage, which means their losses would compound really, really, really fucking fast. And we'll start to see over the next week if they begin to risk any of this off going into the BOJ decision. It's super fucking degenerate. Because the BOJ decision could collapse this like it did in August really rapidly. And so the risk there is insane. And I kind of mentioned after what had happened in August that things weren't really going to be the same, and they're not, right? They can't leverage up the short end anymore. And so there's a divergence in their margin risk in their portfolio, and it's keeps pushing apart more and more. And it can only diverge so much. It's there's a mechanical limit to that. And if anything were to happen, like the Fed were to raise rates, for instance, inflation moves up and the Fed's like, oh, we gotta move rates up 0.1, right? Because inflation's getting too hot. Everything would just blow up. Because the short end would immediately get squeezed, right? Or if any near-term inflation expectations were to pick up too much, and they had to, like, we start seeing TIPS auctions come in a little higher, and those inflation-protected securities pick up demand, we could see yields at the short end go down, right? And if the yields of the short end go down, then their short position on those will get fucked up. So yeah, this still just carrying tons of risk. Forward yield on volatility positive into the end of the day, but again, just barely. They're doing a really good job keeping that pinned and keeping that bond portfolio interest from coming into long vol. Move is now back over 100, and that's a pretty significant level. Generally, bond volatility starts to get pretty crazy above 100, and we're seeing that continue to move up with the breakdown and dispersion in the underlying, which means that there could be continued risk off on the back of this. Skew moved up yesterday a tiny fraction, but I think that was mostly just that end of day put selling in order to stop us from dropping to 58.50, and they pushed us back up off of that like that Vana flip, and back towards like 59.15, where the market maker was a little bit more stable into close. I would say today this is probably going to be pretty flat, or maybe we see it continue up a little bit because there was a decent amount of put selling today. 29% of the S&P above its 30-day moving average at the end of the day yesterday, so probably another red flat day for that to really start falling off again, because remember, it's just tracking the moving average. And this is the thing that I was talking about before that we wanted to look for, is we're now seeing a slight increase in correlation between VX and cash VIX. And I said, what we'd be looking for is a couple days of this starting to turn around as their ability to short vol in this environment starts to break down, and correlation between the 30-day VIX and the VIX end of quarter VIX start to pick up. And as those become more correlated, the demand for volatility, long volatility, will rise, which pushes the short position out really rapidly. So generally, when you see periods of vol shorting, especially deep periods of vol shorting, which this is one, as that vol shorting starts to break apart, the risk at the tails becomes greater, and the desire for long vol becomes greater as well. And as people pile into long vol and rapidly force out the short volatility positions, and so generally, the move down is really swift, and then as it breaks apart very slowly, it'll start to break apart more rapidly, and you get larger, longer, and sustained moves in VIX moving up, basically. And so, this is part of what's keeping our volatility environment kind of wonky right now. We're going really low, going back up, is they're trying to maintain a handle on that, and it's slipping, right? That's the first sign that it's slipping, is that correlation picking up. And so if we start to see that correlation rise to something that's statistically significant, like, above 70%, that would be a cause for concern. Fed fund futures didn't really move around much today. I don't think I give a shit about that. It's up about 9%, so we priced in 0.15 more rate cuts than we had before. It's kind of irrelevant. The 10 2-year spread is now at 40, which is higher than it was yesterday, and that keeps ending up being true day over day. And this is due to a bear steepener and is bearish. This is not a good sign, especially if it continues to rise. We're starting to get to very rapidly get to levels seen before the GFC.com bubble, COVID crash, and the rate at which we're getting to those levels is frightening, especially given how long the curve was inverted prior to this. If you look at prior inversions, even in the 90s, it oscillated a lot, right? This has just been one solid inversion all the way through until now. really until like August of this year, that really started to snap back. And I don't really know what this is going to look like, because it's really not. There's things that are not similar to the prior times that this has happened. Usually it uninverts, we hit a recession, through that kind of like upper period, things flatten out, and then things start to normalize and get better, and then we start moving into our next financial crisis. Yeah, I mean, I would watch this really closely as it continues to push up, especially the speed at which it's pushing up. Very concerning. Lastly, on the technical side for the S&P, we have the EMA 30 actually starting to move under the 50. We've been trading under the 50 quite a bit lately, and that upside resistance on the 30 is moving down, which is, I think really since August, like the first time we've seen any significant downside moves in the EMA 30. And usually, that crossing under is kind of a bearish sign. We got a bounce back in August, but that crossover is usually not bullish. Not as important as like the 50 crossing the 200, which we're very, very far away from. But definitely something in the near term to be concerned about. It still looks like 5830's been solid support. We got a little bit of higher high here. And this just looks like it's kind of continuing to consolidate now. So if we do get some bullish price action going into the end of the week here, we might retest like the 6,000 level right around there before, finding more sellers and possibly moving back down. I would think that the post-OPEX period or period going into the OPEX would be the period most likely for us to see a loss of that 5830 level if things are bearish when we get there. Are you rich? Well, yeah, I guess. Would you recommend getting into trading part-time, or should I focus on my current skill, programming? I mean, if you don't have a ton of time to dedicate to it, then, but it interests you, you could, kind of pick it up as a hobby until you feel more comfortable with it. I'll warn you now that you're probably, if you were to start now, you'd probably be about 3 years, 2 to 3 years from realizing any kind of consistent profitability. So it's up to you, and doing it part-time, maybe 3 to 5 years. But I would recommend just messing around with paper trading, seeing if you can develop something. Read up on it. There's a lot of good books that I recommend. You can find those in the thread in the general chat on the Discord. Don't start gambling. But it's a long road, and so if you still have a lot of room to grow in your current career, your attention's maybe better focused there. But the call of the market is it's a hell of a siren song, so I get it. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will enjoy your holiday. A dead president morning period, whatever. And have a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for the Quant Roundtable. Later.